night till the morning.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Hello. How's everyone doing? Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. How is everyone? How is everyone? It is so fucking hot, guys. It is so fucking hot here. It's like 100 degrees essentially outside. So it's like, I don't know. It's very fucking hot. So I was like I could go outside for a bit, but I stepped outside and I'm like, "No, thank you. I'm going to die." So I'm like, I'll just stream a bit. I'll just stream a bit. Why not? Why the fuck not? Okay, I'll stream a bit. All right. Hello, guys. So, Sir Bart actually has just redeemed a new redeem that we have. Um, I would not be a good jester unless if I could not sing when requested. Okay, because jesters often were off singers, entertainers, performers, and I know a variety of songs, folk songs, things like that. So there is now we now have a redeem where once per stream, sometimes I might turn it off if if I'm not feeling it. Uh Right, we should, Sir Bart. We should add one for a jump, spin, and fart. Sir Bart has already redeemed it once per stream for 5,000 points, which I know is a lot. I will sing a song, okay? So Sir Bart has already redeemed one. So after I say hello to everyone, once I say hello to everyone, I will sing a song for all of you, okay? And then we can begin with the stream, all right? So no, not any song, Jay Williams. It has to be a song I know and that I know how to sing, okay? So, you don't get to choose the song, I choose the song. And today it will be Bread and Roses, and a lot of these songs I will sing will be folk songs, revolutionary songs, and things like that, okay? You can redeem it 53. Yes, LaQual, but only once per stream can anyone redeem it, if that makes sense, okay? All right. So, okay. Let's see here. Hello, Sir Bart. How are you, Sir Bart? So glad you're here. Happy Wednesday to you too. Do you just throw an Easter egg at me, weird amorphous blob, you monster? How dare you? Okay, anyway. Hello, James Nordoff. How are you doing? So glad you're here, James Nordoff. As always, you were the first one here. Devoted, James Nordoff, the best fan, of course. My super fan, my number one fan. Okay. Yeah, I know, you just made it sound like it's a lot well, it's a lot for a lot of people, Laquan. Not all of us have, like, thousands upon thousands of points. I know a lot of us do, though. Okay. Oh, I got us. I got you, Weird Amorphous Blob. Okay. Hello, Sir Bart. How are you doing? Yes, yuck it up. Hello, Fetty. Hello, Fetty. Okay. How are you doing, Fetty? So glad you're here. Hello, JMac. How are you, JMac? Are you kidding me? I'm totally safe. I put on a new condom every time I leave the house. Jesus Christ, JMac. Sweet Jesus. That sounds like a mental health issue. Thank you, JMac. I'll take a drink. Damn right you'll watch Weird Amorphous Blob and you'll like it. You'll watch and you'll like it. Weird Amorphous Blob is what is wrong with you today, Weird Amorphous Blob? Weird Amorphous Blob says, I was just writing Biden so hard. That's private, Weird Amorphous Blob. Keep that to yourself, okay? Jesus Christ. Oh God. All right. God. Okay. Hello, LaCroix. LaCroix says, I'm here. I'm queer. I'm sponsored by Raytheon and Target. Yes. Yes, girl. Okay, deal with it. Oh, I will, LaCroix. I will totally deal with it. I'm gonna go straight to Target and buy some of their Pride gear. Yay. Tater Tot. Hello, Tater Tot. How are you doing, Tater Tot? So glad you're here. You're working and twerking. Oh, Tater Tot. Is there a better way to work than that? I don't think so. I don't think there is. What do you mean it was an accident, Weird Amorphous Blob? You fell down and started writing Biden? What the fuck? Okay, you know what? That's fine. You know what? We don't need to talk about it. Lockheed Martin subsidizes my HRT. Actually, I kind of support that because if Lockheed Martin subsidizes your HRT, Lockheed Martin is subsidizing a left-wing revolutionary, and that seems like good. Like let them subsidize. I'm okay. Since you're incorruptible, Weird Amorphous Blob, I support that. Anyway, Fetty, I'm glad, I guess in a weird way. Fetty, I'm glad. Okay, so what Fetty said, glad have a little reservoir so you can piss with. Ew, Fetty, what the fuck? What is wrong with you people today? Hello, Jay Williams art. God damn. Hello, Jay Williams art. Everyone, check out Jay Williams art. Go to our Discord. It's linked at the top of the. It's linked at the top of the Twitch chat and the bottom of the YouTube chat. You can go find Jay Williams' profile, click on his profile, open it up. You can find a link to his art. He's a very good artist. Recommend it. He takes commissions. Hello, Jay Williams. We're also so happy Jay Williams is hopefully going to be getting a new job soon, or getting a job soon, a new job soon, which looks like it's going well. So that's good. Hello, Alyssa. Alyssa, I'm so glad you're here, as always. So glad you're here. Love having you here, Alyssa, as you know. Hello, Louise. Louise, a classic, as always, Louise. So glad you're here. Sing for me, my sweet. Okay. Hello, Richard P. Hello, Richard P. It's hot as balls, really? Oh my God. Oh, do you have a wildfire going on, Sir Bart, somewhere nearby? That's awful. LaCroix, sing Black Betty. Oh my God, LaCroix. Okay. Tater Tot. It's an oven out there. It really is. It's very, very fucking hot. Okay, it's like I'm dying as soon as I stepped outside. Hello, Outer Signal. Everyone, check out Outer Signal's channel over on YouTube. Look, search Outer Signal Media. You'll find his channel. Great creator. We got to support our friend here, Outer Signal. Hope you're doing well, Outer Signal. I want you to sing a song about the fellas in Paris. I feel like that sounds familiar to me. I don't know what that is. Bella Ciao, obviously, right? Well, eventually I might sing Bella Ciao. Today I already have a song lined up. Tater Tot, LaCroix, da, da, da. Yeah. Can't wait to judge the jester singing. Outer Signal, I'm sorry. Okay, admittedly, listen. Outer Signal has a really good voice. Like, that's why I always shoot it down because I'm jealous. But I'm not joking. Everyone, for those who have heard Outer Signal sing, Outer Signal has a great voice, and Outer Signal really ought to record something. So to be clear, even though I only say something's awful if it's the opposite of that because I'm a monster. Okay. If you go ahead and judge my voice, Outer Signal, you have a lovely voice. Literally, you have a very lovely voice. Okay. Sherman Bar, it's like the German Depression over here got 110,000 of useless currency. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, let's speed it up. Let's speed this up. Let's wrap it up here, folks. Let's wrap it up. Okay. Hello, Jonas. Hello, Jonas. Jonas says, hello. By the way, CR, I'm not getting any Twitch notifications. Am I the only one? Did anyone else not get a Twitch notification? That I've heard other people say something similar. I'll look into it, Jonas. Sorry about that, but glad you're here, Jonas. LaCroix, I just saw something about how Lake Powell is so low that yeah, oh my God. Okay, we're all gonna die. All right. Okay, guys. Okay, let's go. Let's go, guy. You got notification. Hello, Drusilla. So glad you're okay. So in the this absolutely Will Otters thing will be one of our eternal back and forths. Okay. So since given that Sir Bart redeemed it, let me sing you all a song. Okay, let's start off with a song because Sir Bart redeemed it before I even got on the fucking, before I even got on here. Jesus Christ. Okay, so we'll just we will let me we will I'll sing it now. Okay. So let me actually find 1 second. Let me make sure. I had a few songs I could sing actually. Oot. Okay. Okay, you know what? We'll do this one. Okay. So this is Bread and Roses, folks. This is a feminist working class song. The idea of the song here, the idea of the song, you probably have heard it before, is that working women deserve. It was actually from a poem that was written in 1911, and it's the idea here is give us bread and roses, as in working women deserve both what is necessary to survive and they deserve respect and humanity. Okay. They deserve dignity in their lives. So don't just give us workers what we need to survive, give us roses. Give us the dignity we deserve. So I will sing to you this song. May the spirit of revolution wash through you as you hear it. Okay. And I'm not a great singer, but alas, it'll have to be done. Everyone ready? Okay. As we go marching, marching in the beauty of the day, a million darkened kitchens, 1,000 mill lofts gray, are touched with all the radiance that a sudden sun discloses. For the people hear us singing bread and roses, bread and roses. As we go marching, marching, we battle too for men. For they are women's children, and we mother them again. Our lives shall not be sweated from birth until life closes. Hearts starve as well as bodies. Give us bread, but give us roses. As we go marching, marching, unnumbered women dead go crying through our singing their ancient call for bread. Small art and love and beauty, their drudging spirits new. Yes, it is bread we fight for, but we fight for roses too. As we go marching, marching, we bring the greater days. The rising of the women means the rising of the race. No more the drudge and idler tend that toil where one reposes, but a sharing of life glories, bread and roses, bread and roses. Our lives shall not be sweated from birth until life closes. Hearts starve as well as bodies, bread and roses, bread and roses. I bow. And there you go, folks. There you go. Some lovely music for you, okay? All right. Um, okay. So we need a Rosa Luxemburg react. There you go. Okay. So if anyone's ever heard that song, it's one of my favorite revolutionary songs celebrating women who literally have died for workers' rights, for women's rights. But notice they include men too, because, unlike men, women will even include men when they're singing about their own struggles. Okay. So men won't include women, but women will include men. Anyway, so that is Bread and Roses. Highly recommend it. If you ever saw when Mom Donnie gave a speech a while back in New York, there was someone actually went up on the stage and sung Bread and Roses before he spoke. Okay. So I love it. Okay. There we go, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. We will try to do this more often. Every time we have a stream, I'll try to find a song to sing. Okay. Okay. So let's go on, guys. Outer Signal says, annoyingly, Jester's singing voice is way better than mine, and I have nothing bad to say. That's a lie, Outer Signal. You're making me feel bad. Insult me so I don't feel bad about insulting you, okay? How dare you? Okay, all right, there's the song. Okay, guys, let's go on. Let's go on, all right? So we have a few things to talk about today. I barely prepared. I barely prepared because it's my day off. So you're gonna have to bear with me here. I wanted to start. We're gonna watch a video together about the we're gonna watch a video together about the German Revolution, which will be sort of the next important thing we're gonna learn about here. We're gonna talk about some news items eventually. I forgot to talk about the news yesterday. There's a lot of bad shit happening. Oh, where's my face? There's a lot of bad shit happening in the news. Um, ICE is trying to arrest 2,000 people a day. I don't know if you guys heard this, but they're trying to up the intensity of their enforcement. They have the goal of the arresting 2,000 people a day. And from what I've heard, a lot of ICE agents right now are working like 7 days a week, and they're just constantly arresting people. We have seen 3 different people murdered now by ICE. Yesterday, there was another one who was murdered in Florida by ICE. I guess technically a semi hit him and killed him, but it wasn't murder by ICE. I don't give a fuck. We also saw someone murdered in Maine. We saw someone murdered in Houston. There have been 3 ICE deaths that have made national headlines recently. And in Maine, by the way, after the murder of this migrant or this, I don't even know what I'm sorry, I don't know what terms to use here. This man, this human being, okay. The ICE said that they would no longer be doing stopping cars. Elevator lady, you missed my music. How dare you? You missed my song. Welcome, elevator lady. Okay. I said that they would no longer be doing traffic stops, and then Donald Trump immediately came out on what is it? His platform and said, "No, we have to do traffic stops. We're going to keep doing them." Okay. Because he's a monster. Regardless, it doesn't matter. ICE is murdering people left and right, and they're trying to arrest 2,000 people a day and an uptick in enforcement. The murder of the man in Maine, the murder of the man in Maine, the ICE agents there did not have body cams. Did not have body cams. Despite Congress authorizing millions of dollars for ICE to have body cams, for some reason, they don't have body cams. Shocking. And ICE claims that he was trying to use his vehicle as a weapon. That's not true. It doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck. It's a lie. I don't believe what they say for a second, especially with no video footage. Plus, the original footage they released, or the original statement they released, said that he tried to drive away and the officer felt that there was a threat to public safety, so they killed him. They didn't originally say that there was a threat to the officer. They said they thought there was a threat to public safety, which is really fucking stupid. This is all very stupid. Okay. Le Quabois, probably not Le Quabois. That's a fair point. Good legal point there. I don't know if they were required to wear the body cams that were purchased, but it just shows that, the Democrats, many of whom voted for that bill, are morons if they think that ICE can possibly be reformed. It needs to be abolished. It is a monstrous organization. It's like, let's reform the SS. You can't fucking reform the SS. Okay? You can't reform the SS. You have to abolish the SS. So ICE needs to go bye-bye. Okay, of course, our corpo dem politicians who love us deeply and are our beneficent, lovely leaders will, of course, I'm sure, do the right thing. They never will. Okay. Yep. He had a three. Don't make me cry, Philly Cheese. I swear to God. Okay. Philly Cheese says he had a 3-year-old daughter and was a cleaner at a vet clinic. I know. I know. They have, yeah. And, he was, by the way, the one who died in Maine, was murdered in Maine, had 2 children. He was a father of 2. Was legally authorized to work in the United States, and ICE wasn't even targeting him. This, by the way, I mentioned this before, but ICE has, I said this a long time ago. I don't know if anyone here remembers. ICE have manipulated the law to the point where they can detain and investigate anyone on the way to or on the way from a person they're targeting for an investigation. So they basically do this net thing where they will have someone they're going after, and then they use that as an excuse to stop and investigate anyone on the way there or anyone on the way back that they suspect of being in the United States illegally, which means that they what do you think they're gonna do? They're going to, look at brown people and assume that they are here illegally and ask for their papers and things like the SS does. So they've gotten around that legally by doing these things where they can investigate anyone, during the investigation in the vicinity, alright? Okay, brown people, brown, what did I say? What did I say, Fetty? I thought I said brown people who are brown or whatever it is. I don't remember what it was I said. Okay. Ronald, ICE or SS, whatever. Yeah, same shit. Same shit, different time, right, Ronald? So to be clear, that another person was murdered yesterday in Florida when ICE attempted to stop someone in a vehicle. They ran out of the vehicle into the highway and by a were hit by an oncoming semi truck and killed. They don't even like this is just okay. LaCroix says I'm confused on how a random guy driving away from them that doesn't have anything to do with the investigation. They're not. They're not. It's just they like murdering people. Um, Pet Combat, I hate you so much. Pet Combat says hire more women, gay, and trans ICE agents. Problem solved. That's a very corpo dem thing. That's very funny. Pet Combat. So weird amorphous blob means test abolish. Yeah, reform from within. So stupid. Okay. We need more good ICE agents. Disgusting. Need more women ICE agents. Disgusting. Yeah, Philly cheese. The fucker Mark Wayne lied and told Maine senators that Guerrero had been the target. They can do whatever they want. Of course they can. Of course they can. They are unaccountable, and the administration will defend them no matter what. Okay. And then if they always come up with reasons to kill people. And like I said, this is made worse, guys, by the fact that by the way, I just try to look at things from multiple perspectives here. This is not me defending them at all. It just shows you how much of a clusterfuck this is because they also have them working 7 days a week, very long hours. So what do they expect is going to happen? You have a bunch of monsters who are racist thugs who not only are they racist thugs, you don't train them well. And even if you did, their goal is to be a racist thug and murder you. And then you give them no time off and you make them hyper tired. And then you're gonna see a lot of deaths. And not to mention that was your goal already. So you know what I mean? So it's like anyway. So again, I don't give a fuck that they're tired and shit. They're gonna be killing people anyway. But you see how this is like it shows that they don't actually care. They just want to be the SS. They want them to be the SS. Yeah, undertrained, overworked people with guns are gonna shoot people. Absolutely. And like I said, that's already their purpose, but it's not gonna make it better if you anyway, so they need to be abolished. They need to be gone. Gone, gone, gone. Okay. The ICE is an occupying force. They are a threat to you and your family's safety. I am not fucking joking. By the way, after they killed the man in Florida, in Maine by shooting, I'm so stupid, Jay Williams. You know that's not what I mean, of course. Jay Williams says, but they're tired, Sam. Gwen, you go get a detention slip. I'm just kidding, Gwen. I love you. I'm glad you'll be here, okay? Um, After they killed the guy in Florida by shooting through his windshield to kill him in his car, okay, the car started circling because his foot was on the accelerator after he had been killed. Very disturbing video. How is that not a threat to public safety? You murder someone while they're still driving the car, so the car is now wildly flinging around in the middle of the street. Like that could kill you and your family. It's not only that they killed this guy, their bullets or the car of the guy that they killed can kill you too. And they might accidentally kill you, especially guys, if you're an American out there and you're not white. What the threat to you is unbelievable at this point, right? Like, as I said, they investigate anyone on their way or to or from a person they're looking at. They can pull you over. They can examine your papers. And if you panic because why wouldn't you if you're a person of color dealing with an unmarked car with federal police or police generally who are known to kill people of color and who you might not have a good experience with, if you react in a rational way to that and run or like try or get nervous and act suspiciously, you might get killed. So, okay, you get it. And we've also seen them. They even murdered Alex Preddy, who wasn't even brown, right? They killed Renee Good. So this is not like just brown people or people who are not white. Okay, they can kill any of you. Um, okay, so just being clear here, this is terrifying. And since we're talking about it now, let me show you a video here.
There's
This
some
is
income.
this is the only report. I haven't seen many good report. I didn't look that much for a good report. Here it is. This is just a report from when it happened right away in Florida.
There's some incoming news to us of an incident in Florida where apparently somebody who was trying to flee immigration officers was hit and killed by a semi truck.
Yeah, Philly cheese. Wait 1 second here. Philly cheese says, "I'm waiting for the news story that somebody decided to shoot back at unidentified thugs. It's bound to happen. It already has happened." Philly cheese. There have been ICE agents shot at. Of course there have. What the fuck do they expect to happen? And then they charge those people with like terrorism and shit like that. Okay. Honestly, I can't say that I can't say that while we're live. I think you guys know what I want to say about that. I think you know what I want to say about that. But my point is that of course that's gonna happen. Of course that's gonna happen. If you just like in Gaza, if you have an occupying force occupying your cities. Okay. Yeah, someone else can say it for me. Thank you for saying it in the chat, Sir Bart, etc. Okay. But if you have an occupying force in your city, someone is going to resist that. Okay. So yeah, to be clear. Okay. And yeah. Okay. So let's watch this.
Yeah, that's right. This is a really heartbreaking one, Hallie. We're understanding this just now from Florida Highway Patrol. Still haven't heard from DHS on their side of this, but apparently there was a stop made by ICE officers, including some from Homeland Security Investigations, at a gas station off the Florida Highway in St. Augustine, Florida, earlier today,
Mayflower.
where there were 4 men who then fled on foot. And one of them tried to cross the state highway and was hit by a tractor trailer and died at the scene, Hallie. So this is all coming as ICE is being told to increase arrest. And so it could be that we start to hear more incidents like this as people flee. We may even question whether or not the people who are fleeing have violated immigration law or if they're just so afraid of what might happen to them. We don't know all the details about this man who was killed in Florida yet. But I can tell you, based on some senior people I've spoken to today, current and former, they say that it's the new protocol, the new policy to try to arrest 2,000 people a day.
Yep.
And the fact that a lot of these people are being worked without having time off, working
There you
7
go.
days a week, not getting the leave they're requesting, that's having an impact, causing a lot of stress, and potentially causing some mistakes that are leading to some
Yeah,
fatal
see, I don't
errors.
that argument I don't give a fuck about. That argument I don't give a fuck about. Okay. They have some stress, the poor souls, and they're making some mistakes. No, that's the point of the agency. Okay, that's the point of the agency. If these were mistakes, if these were actually viewed as mistakes, these people would lose their jobs when they committed murders. Okay, they'd lose their jobs. There would be changes, or the agency would be gotten rid of. The fact that none of that happened shows that they're not viewed as mistakes. It's viewed as operating procedure to murder people. So just to be clear here, I'm not buying the argument that these are mistakes. Okay. Yes, it's more likely for people to be violent if they're tired and things like that, and they might be more willing to use their guns. But that seems to be what the state wants to have happen.
Lots to watch on your beat. Julie Ainsley, thank you for bringing us that reporting. Appreciate it.
We thank you for watching. And remember,
Okay.
stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC
Okay, so you guys got
News
it.
app or watch.
Oops, I didn't mean to hit that hard. Of course, more killing. Yeah, LaCroix, ICE agents won't identify themselves. Okay, ICE agents won't identify themselves with non-official IDs. Surprised more of them haven't been shot. I wouldn't trust some random group of men dressed in all black. Sounds like a good way to go missing forever. Correct. I mean, the guy in Maine was being chased by a vehicle that had no markings on it. I mean, what the fuck do you expect to happen? Okay, Gwen, I think she's saying they're more dangerous because they're frustrated. Exactly, Gwen. Yeah, they are. But the government wants, in my opinion, the government clearly is okay with that. They're okay with them being more frustrated. So it's not a mistake that they're making them more frustrated. It's, or whatever, okay? So, elevator lady, I'm in a stand your ground land, so technically my defense would be legal if they did this, right? Probably not, elevator lady. Let's be honest. The state will side with the law enforcement most of the time. Stand your ground is really only for, you know, racist white people or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Okay. Hello, SoCal. How are you doing, SoCal? Yes, it's Wednesday. I decided to stream a bit today. I may not stream as long as normal, SoCal, but I will stream some at least. Sir Bart, sleep deprivation is bound to let shit like this happen more often. That was used as punishment when I was in the army. Yeah, Sir Bart. Like, the state knows what the fuck it's doing. That's why I'm saying it's not a mistake because Trump is like, oh, I don't care. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Okay. And like, all right. Okay. So, all right. Like, and I know this because if you look at soldiers, you know this, Sir Bart. If soldiers are sleep deprived and tired and frustrated and things like that, they're going to commit more war crimes and make more and do more things. Okay, it's okay. Anyway. So that happened. I want to point out too that the United States has been intensifying its strikes on Iran. You know, because we do terrorism against our own civilians as well as civilians overseas. God bless America. Thank you, Philly cheese. I shall jog. So I just wanted to. I don't know what this is. This has just popped up. Let's just watch it.
The U.S. military is intensifying its strikes on Iran, today launching the first daytime attack in months. Iran retaliating by targeting American military bases in the region.
Wouldn't you say so? Lacroix says stand your ground means you don't have a duty to retreat before engaging in self-defense. Your lawyer would have to be able to convince a jury that you thought your life was in immediate danger. And don't you think, Lacroix, that in most cases they would say, well, that was an officer. They're clearly there for your safety. So why would you think your life is in danger or some shit like that? Okay. By the way, on a side note, who was it yesterday that posted in the Discord? And I totally forgot about this until you reminded me. Was it Philly Cheese? Someone posted in the Discord yesterday a article from 2005, and I totally forgot about this, and I want to give you credit about how the courts ruled that police do not have a legal obligation to protect the public. Literally, they are not legally obligated to protect you if they don't want to. Because there have been cases where the police have ignored someone in danger and then they've been sued and the court ruled, no, the police don't have to protect you or the public. Okay. So to be clear, the police literally have no legal obligation to protect the public. Yeah, Drizella, I'm not joking. That was a ruling from 2005. And there have been other cases that have backed that up. Okay. So to be clear, it was Philly cheese. Okay, thank you for reminding me about that Philly cheese. I forgot about that until you posted that. So, I know, Druzilla. So, guys, this is why. Yeah, thank you, Castle Rock V Gonzalez. This is why nope, none of that, Tater Tot. That is a lie. The idea that the police are there to serve and protect is not the legal truth. That is not legally true. They do not have to protect you. They do not have to. They can let you die in front of them or get killed in front of them, and they have no legal obligation to do anything for you. And they sometimes won't. By the way, as someone who has studied authoritarianism, fascism, and things like that, that is how you enable fascist police states. It's not that the police, oftentimes, it's not when fascism is rising to power, it's not that the police do the will of the state. It's that they do not intervene when like fascist militias, fascist paramilitaries do the violence for them, kind of like what we saw in Italy. Do you remember, guys, in Italy, how the fascist paramilitaries would beat up on the socialists and other groups, and the police would stand back and let it happen. So that leaves a massive hole in the legal system where the fucking police, if they want to, they could let, the Ku Klux Klan go and lynch you and stand there and do nothing. Now, does that mean now I know I'm only slightly exaggerating, I guess, because we haven't necessarily seen anything directly like that. We've seen things pretty close, but at any point that could be the case. At least not recently we haven't. We have in the past. And actually it might be happening recently because have anyone's heard of all the reports of all the black people being found dead in public parks hanging from trees, and then the police rule it suicide and don't investigate it? Okay, so I'm not joking. You see what I mean? So it could very well already be happening. Okay. So, outer signal, brown shirts in Italy, increasingly bold Proud Boys in U.S. today, 100% outer signal. Or we even, speaking of the Proud Boys, during the Charlottesville's riots, the police were kind of protecting the Proud Boys. So, okay. This is why people say abolish the police. Okay. Because as it's set up legally now, the police are not there to serve and protect you. Now, obviously, we can't just ban them outright without anything to replace them or without any sort of anything, okay? But we need something. We need to change something here, okay? We eventually need to get rid of them completely and replace them with something else. Yeah, ACAB, seriously. Anyway. All right. So going on now, guys. So we'll watch this again. The United States is once again bombarding the shit out of Iran, murdering people. So, guys, it's good. I love how we're killing our own people all the time. We're murdering our own civilians, murdering citizens overseas. I'm sure once aliens come to Earth, we'll start murdering the aliens. Okay, anyway.
Region. The volatility impacting oil and gas prices as the U.S. and Iran jockey for control of the Strait of Hormuz. Here's ABC's Christiane Cordero.
Today, a new wave of U.S. military strikes shows missiles hitting Iranian port cities in broad daylight. U.S. Central Command posted this video online saying today's 90-minute wave of strikes targeted.
Honestly, I do not like watching videos like this. The United States releases these videos on purpose as sort of, this is terrorism. When you release these videos, look, we're going to blow you up. We can see you from above. We can kill you. We can blow you up. You might be witnessing someone being blown to pieces when you see videos like this.
At Iran's coastal defense systems and cruise missile storage on an island just outside the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah,
this video circulating online.
It makes it look fun too, Peck on Bat. It's like, oh, it's a video game.
And is from the southern port.
Look at by the way, imagine this happening in your neighborhood. You look outside and there's big plumes of smoke because some foreign nation has been bombing your city. I mean,
Chabahar. Another video posted online shows Iran's retaliation in the escalating attacks, hitting a building in Kuwait that Iran's regime says stored U.S. weapons. Gulf allies, including Bahrain and Jordan, say their air defense systems have intercepted incoming missiles. And now President Trump is once again threatening Iran's civilian infrastructure, saying the administration is considering bombing the country's bridges and power plants as soon as next week.
It could be a war crime, really.
Yeah, that's cute. So I love how our government is now threatening openly to do war crimes. I mean, we already have been doing that, but, we're going to bomb power plants and bridges and shit. That's, but we don't care. We're trying to dismantle the ICC as we speak. So
it comes down to whether those targets are dual purpose. Is there a significant benefit from the Iranian military for using, say, a bridge or a power plant that feeds a base or, a military installation?
As the war reignites, the U.S. military has reinstated its blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, an attempt to prevent commercial ships from entering or leaving Iranian ports. But Iran claims it has control of the strait. According to maritime data firm Kepler, every ship that crossed the strait yesterday appeared to have coordinated with Iran directly. Oil and gas prices, meanwhile, are rising, with the national average for a gallon of regular gas now at $3.87, according to Gas Buddy. 13 cents.
Hello, Jeremy Goggins. You say, what will you cult MAGA losers do with your pathetic lies when Trump is gone? To be clear, Jeremy Collins, we're a bunch of lefties in here. We hate Donald Trump. So I would guess, Jeremy, but to answer your question, if you were asking MAGA people that question, I'd say they'll probably find a new cult leader. They'll probably turn to J.D. Vance or someone else. That is why, Jeremy Goggins, we need to do more than just get rid of Donald Trump. Donald Trump needs to be gone, but we need major changes in this country. We need major changes, because we cannot allow, this to happen again, right? We need to majorly change the country so there's no fucking way that there's another Donald Trump. Alas, I suspect that the weak Democratic Party will just be like, we've gotten rid of Trump, let's put in another corpo dem and then everything will be fine. That's not how it'll work. Okay. Someone like J.D. Vance or Tucker Carlson or someone like that will probably take the place. Okay. There you go. Right, Weirdomorphous Blob. Weirdomorphous Blob says, have Joseph McCarthy, Benito Mussolini, and Donald Trump portraits on my wall. I believe it, Weirdomorphous Blob. Just kidding. Okay, anyway.
Higher than 1 week ago.
Disgusting, LaCroix.
A spokesperson for the Iranian regime says more than 30 people have been killed in, quote, recent attacks near the Strait of Hormuz. It hasn't elaborated beyond that figure.
God.
Christiane Cordero, ABC News, Washington.
All right. So we get it. Shit happening everywhere. I did want to tell you guys there's one piece. There is one piece of positive news. There's one piece of positive news. Okay, that I did want to share with all you. So I this very small piece of positive news with all the horrible stuff. I don't want you to be happy. Okay, that sounds bad, because this is very small positive news. But I suspect this is partially because of Mondani. Oh, that's not the positive news. That looks bad. Okay, this positive news here is that Kathy Hochul, the governor of the state of New York, I suspect this is because of pressure being put on her because of Mamdani. I think that she's starting to realize that she has to go along with the progressive ideas. Otherwise, she looks terrible next to Mamdani. She just approved, she's going to approve the first state-level data center moratorium. This is a small thing, but it's something. She's basically saying, nope, we're no longer going to build any data centers. There's a moratorium on building them. Now, does that mean that it'll stay? Okay. Yeah. Now, listen, does this mean that this will stay in place? I don't know. It might not. It might be that she has to individually allow these things as opposed to just letting them come in. But this is a sign that I suspect Mamdani directly and indirectly is putting pressure on her. I think this is a case of indirect pressure. Okay, Bound TRS. Thank you, Bound TRS, for that context. Welcome. Bound TRS says, I saw an article how they plan on getting around that by slapping data closets to the side of people's houses and paying them $22,000 a year plus electric plus internet. That's interesting, Bound TRS. I'd have to look into that. That is really fucking annoying. So I'll take a look into that. Regardless, the fact that she feels that she has to do this is like pretty dark. Or it's pretty good. Okay, that she's kind of has to put this ban on these massive data centers. Okay, so just I suppose that's a positive. We'll see where it goes. All right, but it's it's a bit more evidence that Mamdani Sharia is the best. Okay, we need more Mamdani Sharia. I want Mamdani Sharia everywhere. Okay, so let's there we go. Okay. So those are the big news items I wanted to cover, guys, or some of the news items I wanted to cover. There is not that's the main stuff I wanted to cover. Okay. All right. Is there anything I missed that anyone wants me to talk about? Because I didn't really plan much, let's just take a look. Let me just see if there's anything else I missed here, and then we can do some education stuff. I know there's not as many people in here as normal, probably because it's a Wednesday, but I am going to do some education. Oh, yeah, look at it. Politico. I wouldn't call it panic. Industry quails at Hochul's data center pause. Look. Oh my God, this is actually good. They're panicking. So artificial intelligence advocates fear New York's one-year moratorium on new data centers could embolden Democrats across the country to put more restrictions in place. Oh no. Oh my God, how depressing. SoCal, hello, and Flutterman is having a hissy saying China wins again. Put the centers in PA then. Right. Okay, that's good. I love that. I love the panic. Okay, let them panic. Of course, Gavin Newsom, the infinite monster that he is, he's like, wait a minute, don't resist AI, just share the wealth that it creates. Okay, Gavin Newsom, who a lot of Democrats want to see run, Gavin Newsom, who is of course a corpo dem, who is massively corrupt, you know. Okay. There are a ton of articles now here about that, which is interesting. Okay, so let's see what else we have here. Doug, what's the structural difference between data centers and crypto mining companies? I don't know. I'm not an expert in that, Doug. They both require a ton of electricity and resources, though. Let's put it that way. Okay, hilarious, SoCal. War risk for so of course the New York Times talking about the risk of war. I mean, how war is raising costs. Senator Grills. Okay, it was from Zoom traffic stops. Yep. Okay, not much else seems to be, not much of interest at the moment, at least. Let me quickly see what's happening in the UK. I want to see if there's any news there that is particularly interesting. Oh, who cares? Like, of course, this is what I hate. Missing from Prince Harry's trip to Britain, a reunion with Prince William. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Okay, God, I feel it's so infantilizing to the people of the UK that American and British media are always like, oh my God, look what the royals are doing. Like, come on, it's so infantilizing. Anyway, you people of your own country are smarter than smarter than that. Anyway, okay. I mean, not everyone, obviously, just like in the United States. Okay, Weirdomorphous Blob, the Guavariate, the Guavariate focus gorilla Gavin Newsom, hilarious Weirdomorphous Blob. Okay, Philly Cheese, CR, did you ever cover the court decision allowing corporations to vote in Delaware? I have not, but I should, because that is very interesting, okay? I need to take a look at that. I mean, I know about that. I should present on it sometime, okay? Okay, so I do want to see if we can figure out what was this British politician was killed in targeted attack. Let's see this. Counterterrorism police said they were continuing to interview 28-year-old man of killing. Okay. I'm trying to see if we know anything about the assassination. So it was an assassination. Yeah, we doesn't say. Does anyone here know if there's any more evidence about what the goal was of this attack? It doesn't look like it. Let's see what Gwen just said. Elon about to get indicted for election fraud and bribery. No one gives a shit. Not okay. I give a shit, Maddie, but like it's probably not going to come to anything. But we'll check. It was not Philly Cheese, as far as we can tell. The UK seems to think that it was a terrorist. It was terrorism. And that it was a targeted attack. That's the news thing that they're saying. It was a targeted terrorist attack or a targeted assassination. We'll see. Okay, we'll see. So okay. I investigated Palantir's foothold on the British state, and what I found should worry us all. Yeah, Palantir is getting their tentacles into the NHS, and they probably already have. Andy Burnham. God, our American companies are just monstrous everywhere. He says that they should ditch Palantir and its clear mismatch with UK values. I agree. Peter Thiel and Alex Karp's company is not without British backers. The Times and the Telegraph have been, of course they have been enthusiastic supporters. In the Financial Times last month, former Conservative Party advisor Camilla Cavendish accused Palantir's critics of putting politics over progress. Oh, shut up. I hate this idea that like corporate takeovers of everything is somehow progress. Fucking neoliberalism. These are questions my Democracy for Sale colleague Lucas Amin and I have been investigating for the past year. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah. So Palantir trying to get into the British health system, which is the last thing it needs, is the last fucking thing it needs. Okay. Yay. Exactly. Outer signal. Late stage capitalism. Yay. Late stage capitalism. Okay. AI guys, Outer Signal says, AI guys freaking out because they're running a massive scam and the industry is going to collapse without nonstop government support over the next 12 months. Totally. To be clear, guys, AI is essentially propping up the global economy right now, at least the American economy, which has links all over a lot of the Western world, especially. And it will eventually fall. It will eventually collapse, which will then collapse the majority of the economy. And I'm worried we might already be in an AI bubble. We might already be in an AI bubble that might pop, and then that'll be a problem. Okay, so we'll see what happens. Okay, all right. So let's go on, guys, to the education part. Really, Sir Bart? That's strange. Okay. We're already there already. We're already there in regards to what? We're already... no, it hasn't collapsed yet. It hasn't collapsed. I'm not sure what you mean. What do you mean here? Okay. Did you hear Sauron? Yeah, but it hasn't popped yet, Maddie Holmes. Trust me. If it had popped, we'd be much worse off. We're already badly off, but it would be much worse off if it popped, if it actually popped. Rokushu, did you hear Sauron overrode Saruman's order? Oh yeah, we are already in the bubble. That's what, yeah, correct. Correct. We are already in the bubble. That's what I mean. We're probably in a bubble. Rokushu, do you hear Sauron overrode Saruman's orders to the orcs? Said that we need to pursuing fleeing villagers despite the wargs keep eating them? Right. Okay. All right. So we have been talking, guys, about fascism. We've been doing our presentations on fascism. I'm glad that there's at least 19 people here today. I know, Lacroix. I'm glad that there's at least 19 people here today because I know there aren't as many people in here today because it's a Wednesday, so some people will be missing this stage of the educational presentation. But especially in these times, it's important that I know I haven't been focusing on much on the news except for today because I do want to teach you guys because now is the time to know about fascism if you guys couldn't tell. So even though I do keep looking back into history, be aware. Yes, Gwen, you will, of course. Be aware. It totally, Doug. It does have a bunch in debt. You're right. Be aware that that this stuff is vitally important for understanding the present. So even though it seems like we're not talking about relevant modern stuff, this is, trust me, as someone who knows a lot about fascism, this is massively relevant. Okay, and I do hope you guys have seen so far some of the, when it comes to Italian fashion, some reasons why it's, you can, when you know about that, you can kind of see some of the things that will likely happen on, that'll likely happen in here in the United States and elsewhere. Okay, so if I were to ask you guys, but first of all, on the Discord in our resources section, I've posted a list of terms with the terms from our Italian fascism section. There's a lot of terms on here, and I know that I've thrown a lot of information at you. Like I said, this course would normally take like a semester or longer. All right. So I have a list of terms from Italian fascism, and I'm creating a list of terms for German fascism. All right. So if you want to go over there, I will add more as we learn more here. There's going to be a lot of German terms. So this, if anyone just wants it to look through it or whatever, or want some more information or want to take notes, I know it's not like you're not getting graded or anything, but this is a semi-college course on the topic without reading and without, there's more detail we could go into. Okay. So I do want to ask everyone, you want assignments? I could give assignments, elevator lady. Okay. Anyway, if you want to, but okay. See you, Tater Tot. See you in a second. So I do want to ask you guys a question though. So I know I keep going back to Italian fascism, right? Because we have, I hope you all kind of have a general sense of Italian fascism. And we haven't gotten necessarily to the birth of Nazism yet. I'm giving you a lot of context to help you understand the rise of fascism in Germany. So if I were to ask you guys, based off what we learned about fascism from just Italy, and I'm going to ask you this question later too, after we learn about Nazism, how would you define fascism? How would you define it? So let me let me just go somewhere. Okay, let me show you something. Okay, so I'll go to today's presentation. So based off what we learned about fascism and Italian fascism, how would, just off one fascism, how would you define fascism just based off of Italian fascism? Okay. Nationalism, a romantic nationalist. Yes, so it's like a nationalist, romanticist political movement. What else would we add to that? With a cult, a cult like nationalist, romanticist, idealist. There you go. Okay, so we could say it's like an idealist, nationalist movement that resembles a cult. There you go, Maddie Holmes. With that hybridizes government and business interests, promotes uniformity. So it might be best. So from what I'm hearing, guys, would it be fair to say that it's ultra nationalist, right? Like nationalism is the key thing. So can we all agree a hyper nationalism? Hyper nationalist. Okay. Hyper nationalist. Idealist. Okay, hyper-nationalist, idealist, authoritarian state. There we go. Okay, I love that outer signal. An authoritarian state based on nationalist sentiment focused on a returning to an idealized bygone era. Beautiful. Okay, beautiful. So ultranationalist, idealist, authoritarian. And the word you're using there is palingenesis. Okay, focused on national rebirth. Okay, so focused on national rebirth. Now, the reason I'm asking this for you guys, we could add more to it. Yeah, we could add more to this. We could say that it's also cult of personality. This looks terrible. One second here. Okay, that in the Italian case, cult of personality, national rebirth, cult of personality. And again, we're going to change this as we go on. As we go on through different kinds of fascism, I want you to be able to see what is similar between fascisms and what is different. Okay, so if we just look at Italian fascism, ultranationalist, idealist, authoritarianism, focused on national rebirth, cult of personality. Okay, someone mentioned hypermasculinity or male-centric, I should say. Let's see here, patriarchal. Okay, hyper-patriarchal. And the mixing of capital basically blends capitalism, business, and state interest. Okay, blends capital and state interests. Okay, capital and state. So it literally, government by corporation. Okay, so this is a good sort of way of framing it. So do we all agree generally, capital and state? Okay. So ultranationalist, idealist authoritarianism focused on national rebirth has a cult of personality. It's hyper-patriarchal, and it blends the capital and the state. Okay, like this is a big term, right? Do we also notice how it's anti-socialist? Do we agree that, at least in Italy's case, anti-socialist? Anti-socialist, right? Okay, so I would add anti-socialism, right? Okay, because that seemed to be a really big component of Italian fascism, did it not? And lastly, perhaps one more thing, guys. Imperialist, okay, likes going to war, okay, likes waging war abroad and things like that. Okay, now let's think about the United States today. Okay, think about the United States today. How does this sound familiar? And I know this, I just threw up a bunch of words. We could phrase this better. So an ultranationalist, idealist, authoritarianism focused on national rebirth. Okay. There's a cult of personality. It's hyper patriarchal. Blends, I just realized I spelled so much wrong here. Hyper patriarchal, blends capital and state, anti-socialist and imperialist. What does that sound familiar to anyone? Okay. Very MAGA coded, right? Now, we can talk about how there are degrees of severity, I guess, right? This is very like this is pretty similar to what we're experiencing, right? Okay, so but again, if we just look at Italian fascism, then we could say that MAGA is very similar to Italian fascism. Okay. So is it just that it's similar to Italian fascism, or is it actually like generic fascism? So that's what we'll keep learning about. So that's based off what we know already. This is a pretty good definition. Obviously, it's not very well written, but okay. So let's go on now and keep learning about the rise of fascism in Germany. Okay. And one more question here before I continue. Yeah, no, seriously though, elevator lady, I know that sounds weird. That's literally a phrase that academics use, generic fascism, because in Italy, the name of the party was the Fascist Party. So when you use fascism capitalized, it implies the party, the Fascist Party. So generic fascism, or little f fascism, is like fascism as a ideology that you lump things into. Okay. So, yeah, okay. So we're talking little f fascism. Is the United States little f fascist? So let's talk about what we've learned so far in regards to Germany. Okay. I have a nice little list here. We talked about German geography and culture, right? We talked about the North German flat Protestant, South German Catholic mountainous. The Holy Roman Empire was sort of all these German states kind of combined together, but they were still independent. They weren't really united. And these states were very easy. What always happened to these little German states who were not united before the unification of Germany? What were some of the issues that the Holy Roman Empire had by having all these separate little states that weren't united together? What were some issues that Germany kept experiencing, these German states kept experiencing? Someone tell me, class. Come on, class. Yeah, look, while they kept getting invaded, there was a lot of violence between these states, especially during the 30 Years' War, where as much as a half of the German population was killed by disease and war. So there was a lot of sense of division is bad. The two biggest states that ended up forming within the Holy Roman Empire were Prussia, where it was Prussia and Austria. Okay. Napoleon invaded. There started to develop in these states a sense of nationalism, that we have a shared cultural and language identity. We are now more Germans can read, so they started connecting with each other mentally, despite not being near each other, and this sense of German nationalism was born. And of course, that included a repulsion against the Enlightenment. Then you have Otto von Bismarck come along, and the effort Hello Marzipan Power, okay? And he practiced something called realpolitik, as in, having set political goals, doing what you can rationally achieve, and trying to keep the peace, but being very careful about foreign policy. And he was, as we can all agree, he was a monster, but he was very bright, okay, and a very interesting character. And he ended up launching 3 wars called the German Wars of Unification. That one against Austria, one against Denmark, one against France. The result of this was the final formation of Germany. Which of these states between Austria and Prussia, which of those 2 states ended up uniting Germany underneath them? Okay, which one? Was it Prussia or Austria who ended up dominating the newly formed German Empire? Correct, Sir Bart, Prussia. And if there's one cultural trait you should be aware of when it comes to Prussia, what is it? And I've mentioned it before. Voltaire famously said this about Prussia. Militarism, correct. Very militaristic. The society was very militarized. People were wearing, uniforms. Okay, and like very militaristic, etc. And what was the name? So after the unification of the German Empire, so now we actually have a Germany. What was the name of after the Wilhelm I died? Who came to power? Who dismissed Bismarck, who was kind of a lunatic who had an injured arm? Carnival Order. Yes, Mayflower Kid. Okay. What was the name of the king who came to power? Wilhelm II. Correct. Wilhelm II. Wilhelm II came to power, and he was a bizarre guy. Okay, very militant, had something to prove, hypermasculine. And okay, let's take a step back. Folkish nationalism. So this kind of far-right sort of German nationalism, what element did it have in it that was kind of unique? What did it define as the German nation? Okay, under the idea of folkish nationalism, what was sort of defined as the German nation in this idea of folkish nationalism, which was in the German states at the time? There you go, Gwen. Okay, I love that. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay, right? That is different from Italy. Okay, common folks in a romantic wild lands. Yes, race. Correct, Mayflower Kid. Okay, race. The idea that your nation is linked to a specific racial classification. Okay, racial classification, because the word folk does not mean folk. Okay, it means like race, culture, the land you're on. Okay, it's very much, there's no good English translation. So that kind of nationalism was seeping into Germany. And there were a couple thinkers we talked about. Georges Vacher de la Puge, okay, who was a fucking lunatic. What did he say? Do we remember what he said? What did he think was one of the biggest threats to a society in terms of preventing the collapse of a society? Okay. What did he think was one of the worst things a society could do that would end up in its collapse? He was a French guy, remember? He kind of contributed this. Breeding. Yeah, like you don't crossbreed, right? Do you remember what he said about incest? He was a weird guy, okay? He also thought, what did he equate race class with? Okay? He said that class is the same thing as what? Class is the same thing as what? Okay, class is the same thing as what? To him, there was no difference. Race. Yeah, there you go, Jay Williams. Race. Okay, that you are of a certain class because of your race, and that education doesn't matter. Education is the least thing that matters. All that matters is your race, your heritage. Okay, you're set basically once you're born. He was a gross guy. This massively inspired another guy named Houston Stewart Chamberlain, who believed that yeah, he was a weirdo. He wanted to create a society based off a racial caste system. Wow, do you guys remember what he said about the Roman Empire? What did he say about the Roman Empire? Why did he think it was good? Why did he think it was good that the Germanic tribes destroyed the Roman Empire? Okay. Oh, I know, Maddie Holmes. Mine too. Yeah, real life cat DJ, because according to him, the Roman Empire had been taken over by Jews. So by destroying it, the Germans actually saved Western civilization, which is really fucking stupid. Okay. And he believed that you need to create a racially hierarchical society and that the Jews were the greatest threat to this society, that the Jews sort of infiltrate societies and destroy them from the inside out. And he promoted this idea that there are different like government, religion, and things like that weaken and prevent the natural racial struggle between different groups. And Hitler was a big fan of him. Okay, so these ideas were coming into coming into Germany, and that they were still fringe at this point, but it fed into this folkish nationalism. Let's go on here. By the way, he wrote a book called The Foundations of the 19th Century. I posted it in the Discord. Listen, I posted Foundations of the 19th Century in the Discord resources section. I put a disclaimer on it. It is an important book for understanding Nazism. I do say in the Discord resource section very clearly, do not read this. If you, I give an NSFW warning. I mention that if you do want to read this for educational purposes, that you should, I beg you to talk to me first. It's not that I don't trust you guys. It's that it's important. It is a dangerous work, though, and I know it makes it sound like I'm infantilizing you, but I would much rather you speak to me first if you do decide to read the Foundations of the 19th Century, because it is a work of lies, and it is really disgusting. Okay, so, and I just want to, if you do read it, I want to give you some context so that you can read it from a non buying into it perspective. Not that you guys would, but I'm just careful. Okay. All right. So let's talk. So all these things coming together, Wilhelm II, Völkisch. I know we're amorphous blood, but you understand why I'm saying that, right? Like, I'm not trying to, that's why I posted it. I don't know if anyone will read it if you do read it without talking to me, if you do read it without talking to me, it's not like I would know. Okay. It's not like I would know, but you can understand why I'm saying that, because, okay, the last thing I want to do in this server is accidentally make someone a Nazi. Okay. All right. So the main causes of World War I. The main causes of World War I are militarism. Okay, so literally the way I would teach this and the way a lot of other teachers teach it is Maine, M-A-I-N, the main causes of World War I, M being militarism, A being alliances, I being imperialism or colonialism, and N being nationalism. Okay, so we don't really have to talk about that. Those general things that were happening in Europe kind of were the main causes of World War I. Who was killed that sort of sparked World War I? Who was killed that sort of ended up sparking World War I? Okay. Franz Ferdinand, correct. Okay, Franz Ferdinand. Very good. Okay. Where was he killed? Do we remember where he was killed? Okay, where was he killed? Where was he killed that kind of sparked this? No. Okay, anyone remember what city? Sarajevo. Very good, Sarajevo. And at that point, guys, what was the name of the organization that assassinated him? Do we remember? By the way, very badass name for a terrorist organization, I gotta say. I'm not, like, complimenting it necessarily. I kind of am. But it had a really cool name. What was the name of the group? The Black Hand, right? Very cool name, actually, in my opinion. By the way, if anyone's ever played, I know, don't you dare clip that. If anyone's ever played the Elder Scrolls series and know about the, what are they called? The assassin group in the Elder Scrolls. Their organization is called the Black Hand, isn't it? Because they kind of copied it. All right. So at that point, guys, Russia, Austria-Hungary gave Serbia an ultimatum that basically said, you have to accede to these demands or we will attack you. Serbia refused. Then Austria-Hungary and Russia says to Austria-Hungary, if you attack Austria, if you attack Serbia, we will come to the Dark Brotherhood. Thank you. If you come to the aid of Serbia, I mean, if you attack Serbia, we will attack you, Austria-Hungary. So Austria-Hungary goes to Germany because they have an alliance and basically says, hey, will you help us if we attack Serbia? And what is this called? What Germany did? They basically offered what historians call a what to Austria-Hungary. What do historians call the offer that Germany made Austria-Hungary? Okay, do we remember this? We may have briefly covered a blank check, right? He basically said, Wilhelm II goes, yes, we will do whatever you want. We will give you unlimited support if Russia goes to war with you. Okay, so he did that. And Austria invaded, which sparked a massive war. Russia declared war on Austria-Hungary. Germany declared war on Russia. France, who's allied with Russia, declares war on Germany. And the war breaks out. Now, a few things here. We're almost to where we ended. I know I'm going through a lot of review, guys, but that's because it's my day off, and I thought it'd be nice to review all this shit before we go on, because there's a lot to talk about in German history, and I promise you all of this is relevant, okay? The Schlieffen Plan. We briefly talked about this yesterday. What was according to the German military Schlieffen Plan, who were they going to attack first? In the end, who were they going to attack first? Russia or France? Russia or France? Who were they going to send the majority of their army against? France, correct. The idea here was that it would take Russia a long time to mobilize its forces, so they could attack France to get them out of the war and then turn all their forces against Russia. Okay, correct outer signal. It changed, though, and that's a good nuance there. At first, they thought, let's attack Russia first. All right. So that ended up not working, and the war descended into a kind of warfare. I don't know if I ever used this term, where you dig these big kind of long holes in the ground. And what kind of warfare is that? At the beginning of the war, people literally marched into battle shoulder to shoulder and slaughter. Exactly, trench warfare. And trench warfare, it became an absolute slaughterhouse, like an absolute. One of these days, guys, I will do a themed week where we only talk about World War I. I'm not going to go into much detail. You don't need to know detail to understand the fascism thing, but we'll do a whole fucking, it's a very important event. We'll do a whole fucking theme on it sometime, okay? Meanwhile, what did Britain do to the UK, to Germany during World War I by sea? What did Britain do? Because they end up going to war with Germany. What did Britain do to Germany? Okay. In order to help defeat Germany, blockade. Correct. They blockaded Germany, and the result was, starting in about 1916, about 250,000 Germans starved to death, and more starved throughout the war because Germany could not feed itself. Okay, so Britain blockades Germany, and this will become very important, especially in Hitlerian ideology. Okay, and that is where we are going to stop. Okay, that is where we stopped yesterday. All right, and I wanted to. In the meantime, okay, so we stopped there. The war is going poorly for Germany. They're losing millions, hundreds of thousands, and then over 1 million men. The people of Germany are starving. They've defeated Russia after a revolution broke out in Russia. So now you have the Soviet Union, but they are struggling against France. America is getting involved in France, okay, which has made it almost impossible for Germany to win. Okay. Meanwhile, I will say one last thing here, guys. What were the German people being told about the war during the war? During the war, what were the German people being told about whether the war? Exactly, Gwen. They were being told the whole time that they were winning. So suddenly, okay. I want to take a brief thing here. This is one of the terms that I want you to know. So let's just take a moment and kind of move away from that. It's still relevant to what we're talking about. And I wanted to talk about this guy really fast. Okay. His name is Fritz Haber. Fritz Haber. And the reason I want to talk about Fritz Haber is because he is a very fascinating reflection of Germany at this time. Okay. Very interesting figure. Okay, so at this time, guys, right before World War One, and I never told you this, but before World War One and after World War One, Germany was likely um, the biggest scientific powerhouse in the world. It was responsible for all kinds of amazing inventions in both physics, chemistry, engineering. There's a reason why Einstein came from Germany. There's a reason why there's a whole Max Planck was German. Rutherford, I don't know if Rutherford was, whatever. Fritz Haber, there were a ton of scientists in Germany. It was renowned for engineering and science. Um, he was born in, oh, got you, Nas, forgive me. I got that. Who was, and I was like, was it Rutherford? Was it, Fritz Haber that was born there? Okay. There were, Germany was one of the greatest yes, the Hirschfeld Institute. Oh, was he? Interesting. Okay. Very interesting. Okay. Hirschfeld Institute, but that was mainly during the Weimar Republic, but that's another example. Okay. It was a scientific powerhouse. It was worldwide renowned for its scientific achievements. Okay. It's not an exaggeration to say that Germany was the most important scientific nation on the earth at the time. Many inventions were coming out of Germany. Okay. And one of these guys was Fritz Haber, and he was a chemist, and he invented a process called the nitrogen fixation process. So basically, he invented a way to to artificially create fertilizer, um, where you would fixate nitrogen into fertilizer, into like soil or whatever, in order to create very good fertilizer. And this invention literally, you know what, guys, I'm not a scientist, so if I'm describing it badly, let me know. Let me see if I can actually find the Haber process is what it's called. Okay, the Haber process. And it's basically you would convert nitrogen into ammonia, which would then allow um, basically would allow you to create very good fertilizers. And this caused something called the Green Revolution. His invention, if you look today, let me see if I can find a list here. Green Revolution, Haber, number of people. This is not an exaggeration. His invention likely, well, let me see here. Haber. Well, that not the Green Revolution. Let's see here. Haber, Green Revolution, Haber. Why want to tell me here? The fertilizer revolution. Okay, so he invented this basically. I can't find the exact number. A fertilizer that allowed many more millions of people to exist on Earth because they were able to produce far more food using his fertilizer. So he created an amazing fertilizer that ended up allowing many more people to exist without starving all over the planet. Okay. A very fascinating, amazing discovery. We should praise him for that. But yes, his first published work was 1897. Okay. Invented the Haber process, which ended up feeding millions of people all over the globe. To this day, there are millions of people around the globe who would not be alive without him and would not be fed without his invention. Okay. Meanwhile, okay, and this is my point, guys. He is very reflective of the contradiction in sort of the German culture and mindset. Okay. And that's why I'm talking about him. At the same time, guys, he also, with the outbreak of World War I, he invented poison gas to be used in the mass murder on the battlefield. Okay. He invented chlorine gas. I can't remember which ones exactly he invented here. He invented, which ones did he invent? He basically worked for the, yeah, he was also a German nationalist, and he is also called the father of chemical warfare. He invented weaponized chlorine, that was used as a poison gas during World War One. His work was used to horrific effect on the battlefield. He also invented Cyclone B, which was ended up being used to exterminate Jewish people in concentration camps. Okay. On a side note, he himself was Jewish. Now, this is very this is, by the way, he won a Nobel Peace Prize. He won a Nobel Peace Prize. Because yeah, he okay. He won a Nobel Peace Prize for his contribution to chemistry, while also being the guy who invented poison gas for World War One, being Jewish and inventing Cyclone B. Throughout his whole life, he defended his creation of poison gas and said, "I love my country. I would do anything for my country of Germany." All right. And this is, I'm telling you about him because he was a very important figure historically that also is reflective of kind of some of the contradictions in many Germans' mindsets. Okay. This idea of like being focused, wanting science and engineering and improving humanity, while also being very nationalist to the point of being exterminationist in many ways. Okay. And so do you see what I'm trying to show you here? This kind of contradiction in a lot of Germans' thinking. Now, he's just one person. But this is going to be reflected later, okay? What happened to him as a Jewish person? He actually resigned from a position in at the university he was at when the Nazis rose to power, and he fled the country. He ended up moving to Palestine, okay? Because as I recall, he was a Zionist. So he ended up moving to Palestine, trying to flee the Nazis. So he ends up going to Palestine. So this rabid German nationalist who also created a technology that saved millions of people, who also killed thousands of people, very okay. So I'm just telling you about him to kind of capture something, the kind of weird contradictions happening in Germany at this time. All right. So that's Fritz Haber. And it should remind you about the gases that were invented in World War I. Okay. So, all right, we're done talking about Fritz Haber. Let's go on here. So Germany is losing the war. The German people are starving. A lot of the military in Germany are veterans and people in the Navy and stuff are starting to have doubts while they watch people in Germany starve, while they notice that the war might not be going as well as thought. And what ends up happening, guys, is internally in Germany, while the war is still happening, a revolution breaks out. A revolution starts in Germany. Okay. And many people don't know about this revolution, but it's vitally important for understanding the rise of the Nazis and understanding what comes afterwards. So what we're going to do to help you guys understand, we're going to watch a video about the German Revolution because it's kind of confusing but it becomes a socialist revolution that's very badass, but it doesn't succeed. And this is going to set the stage for the rise of the Nazis. Okay, so imagine the German people are starving. They are starving because of the British blockade. There are thousands, over 1 million people dying. There are over 1 million people dying in the war. We said earlier how at the beginning of this war, there were celebrations in the streets by middle class and upper class people, but the working class were never really happy because they're the ones who are going to have to die and starve. So in an industrialized nation like Germany, there are lots of working class people and there are a lot of socialists. So let's watch this. And this is vitally important. So although I'm making you watch it, I'll talk about it more in detail on my own at some point, but just watch it and I will pause it occasionally and tell you about what's happening, okay? Tell you some more. Apps. Oh, you know it. You know it. Nosnik. Oh, absolutely. It was the Democratic Socialists' fault. Okay. Friedrich Ebert and such. Okay. So because the libs always ruin everything. So let's watch, guys.
You've heard of the French Revolution. You've heard about the Russian Revolution. But have you heard about the German Revolution? Filled with intrigue, treachery, and coup after coup after coup, where dreams of a socialist utopia turned into a fascist dystopia. Welcome to the craziest revolution of them all. In 1914, a certain Austro-Hungarian Archduke wanted to see if it was possible for him to go for a drive around Sarajevo and not get assassinated. It was not, and the world was flung into World War I. In Germany, political parties overwhelmingly supported the war. Even the social...
I'm sorry, Gwen, what do you mean? Gwen says, thank America for all further revolutions. What do you mean exactly? You might be joking, I'm just not sure what you're referring to.
Socialist Party, who were supposed to be anti-war, supported it because they viewed the Russian Empire as the biggest anti-socialist power in Europe. The war was supposed to be over by Christmas, but it dragged on, and by 1916 there was still no end in sight. In the front lines, hundreds of thousands of Germans had already fallen.
So notice what they said there. Yeah, most of the socialists in Germany, when the war started, supported the government because they wanted to end the reign of the czars in Russia. Okay, so the Socialist Party was pretty correct, Weird Amorphous Blob, okay? And you're going to see that the communists end up breaking off because of that.
While back home, the economy crumbled. There had been no preparations done for a long-time war. Skilled workers and farmers had been sent to the front, and all matters, political, military, and economic, fell upon the army generals Paul von Hindenburg and Erich Ludendorff, who were determined to achieve victory at any cost and subjugated civilian life to the needs of the war efforts. What this meant for workers was 12-hour workdays at minimal wages and insufficient food. It cannot be overstated how much of an impact the war had.
So Gwen, not technically, Gwen, the American Revolution was majorly impactful. I can't deny that. There were other revolts before that, but these revolutions, these socialist revolutions, had nothing to do with the American Revolution, okay? Because these socialist revolutions were actually things America hated. Because the American Revolution was a liberal capitalist revolution, it was not a socialist revolution. So those have no link to the American Revolution, if that makes sense.
In the German population. Just in 1916, 250,000 Germans died due to starvation or disease related to lack of food. In these dire conditions...
Yeah, so Gwen, the Russian Revolution had nothing to do with the Americans. Let's put it that way.
A group of socialists, led by a woman called Rosa Luxemburg, openly defied the continuation of the war and founded the Spartacus League. As the war
So in the SPD, which is the Social Party, the Social Democratic Party, okay, there was a split. There were the KPD, which are the communists, okay, they did not want the war. They viewed it as a capitalist war of aggression that sacrificed the working class. And that section of the Socialist Party broke off from the Socialist Party, okay, and formed the KPD, or the Communist Party. And that was led by Rosa Luxemburg, who's a hero of mine, and Karl Liebknecht, okay? So let me go back a little bit, because I was reading chat.
Economic fell upon the army generals Paul von Hindenburg and Erich Ludendorff, who were determined to achieve victory at any cost and subjugated civilian life to the needs of the war efforts. What this meant for workers was 12-hour workdays at minimal wages and insufficient...
So think about that, because it's important to understand material conditions. Workers in Germany during World War I were working 12-hour shifts for low wages in order to pump out material for the war effort. The generals demanded this. The military generals demanded this. So conditions were deteriorating horrifically for workers in Germany during the war. For not only, even though they're not only making all the materials, they're also being the ones sent off to die. Over 1 million of them being sent off to die.
And food. It cannot be overstated how much of an impact the war had in the German population. Just in 1916, 250,000 Germans died due to
And they're
starvation
starving.
or disease related to lack of food. In these dire conditions, a group of socialists led by a woman called Rosa Luxemburg openly defied the continuation of the war and founded the Spartacus League. As the war continued, more and more people joined the Spartakists. Why should we support the war? It is clearly an imperialist war driven entirely by capitalist control of the world market for the political domination of huge territories and to give scope to industrial and banking capital. My brother in Christ, I just asked for the time. And to be fair, they were right about the economic interest that caused the war, and people across Germany were beginning to see it. The movement continued to grow and spread across factories in Germany, with workers going on continuous strikes, until in June 1916, the emperor had two of the most important anti-war socialist leaders, Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, sentenced to prison. However, it was too little, too late. Hungry, tired and angry workers were beginning to identify more and more with socialist ideals and started to demand change. The emperor tried to appease the population by promising democratic elections in Prussia after the war ended. The Socialist Party became divided. Some wanted to continue the war and find reforms afterwards through elections. Others wanted an immediate end to the war, to the monarchy, and even demanded the proclamation of a socialist republic. The SPD split. The first group turned into the majority SPD and the second to the independent SPD, who joined forces with the Spartakists.
So even though the Spartakists, who were the communists, basically, okay, they were the socialists who wanted revolution and who wanted to, or not, they wanted to end the war. The two leaders, Liebknecht and Rosa, were put into prison, but then the rest of the Socialist Party, the SPD, split in two because the war was so unpopular. So half of the party wanted to end the war, and the other half said no. But the half that wanted to end the war ended up siding with Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht. So the pressure to end the war and launch a revolution to end the war is growing. Okay.
The war took a turn for the better on March 3, 1918, when Russia officially surrendered, and a wave of patriotism swept through Germany as the Supreme Command could now move part of the Eastern armies to the Western Front. Many Germans truly believed that victory in the West was now at hand. Here you must keep in mind that news were highly manipulated. Newspapers reported only of victories, and defeats, if reported at all, were described as tactical maneuvers, so the average German had a distorted sense of the state of the war. But reality was catching up. In September, the Balkan Front collapsed, and the Kingdom of Bulgaria, ally of Germany, capitulated. Austria-Hungary collapsed a few days later. Germany too was on the brink of defeat. During the Allied 100-day offensive between August and November 1918, they suffered defeat after defeat after defeat. Fearing the inevitable, Generals Ludendorff and Hindenburg sent a representative to negotiate an armistice. American President Woodrow Wilson demanded as a precondition for surrender negotiations the retreat of Germany from all occupied territories, the cessation of submarine activities, and implicitly the emperor's abdication.
So Woodrow Wilson wanted to end the monarchy in Germany. So part of the big demand here was Wilhelm has to abdicate and you have to have a democracy in Germany.
With this demand, he intended to render the process of democratization irreversible. On September 29th, the Supreme Army Command informed the Emperor Wilhelm II that the military situation was hopeless. Give it to me straight, Ludendorff. How bad is it?
By the way, Ludendorff is a monster, okay?
I'm not gonna lie, it is very, very bad. I don't think we can hold the front for another 24 hours. We should request an immediate ceasefire. No way! The American president said he would only grant one if I abdicate. And you should. What? Whose side are you on? Mein Kaiser, if you abdicate, we can blame the defeat on the socialists for protesting. Then, once the armies are back in Germany, we will use them to retake power. This was the birth of the stab in the back legend. The false belief that revolutionaries had undermined, sabotaged and attacked the undefeated German army from the rear, turning an almost certain victory into defeat. However, 8 out of the 10 socialist leaders just happened to be Jewish. And
listen. So, yes, Ludendorff and the king kind of conspiratorially decided that they could blame the socialists and Jews for the defeat of Germany. It does bother me that he mentions that 8 of 10 of the socialist leaders were Jewish. It's kind of besides the point. they would have done that regardless of whether they were Jewish or not. To be clear, the majority, because if you literally after the war, the German commanders actually did something called the Judensollen, which was they took a survey of Jews living in Germany to prove that the Jews had not fought hard for Germany during the war and to try to prove that the Jews had failed to support Germany. And you know what they found out? They found the opposite. They found that per capita, Jewish members of the military had received more rewards for valor than non-German Jewish people. And they had fought, a higher percentage of Jews had fought than non-Jewish Germans. So they found the opposite when they did the Judensollen. And you know what they did? They buried the results of that survey, and they said that it was still the Jews that were to blame. So it's not really relevant that 8 of the 10 socialist leaders were Jewish. They would have blamed the Jews no matter what, because that was what people in Europe did at the time. They're always blaming the Jews for everything, okay? So to be clear, okay.
Quickly, the conspiracy theory went from targeting socialists to including Jews as responsible for the German defeat. With 2.7 million dead, there were few families untouched in Germany, and people were bitter. In October 1918, over 1 million workers striked throughout Germany.
Based.
Tired of the old regime, they formed...
So yeah, all these I almost said Jews. See, I'm getting mixed up. This is based. Millions of workers went on strike in an effort to bring the war to a halt. Imagine if we did that in America today, guys, okay? So all these workers just stopped working. Millions did. They started setting up rate, okay, which are Soviets. Remember we talked about the Russian Revolution and how they started setting up these workers' councils that would elect deputies to higher workers' councils, who then would elect deputies to a national workers' council in what is a very cool form of worker democracy. That's what they started doing in Germany. They started setting up these Räte, which were these workers' councils, in an effort to form a parallel government structure and to copy the Russian Revolution, to have a national workers-run government, okay? During these strikes.
Councils or Räte after the Russian Soviets, seeking to establish their own socialist republic. But the leader of the MSPD, Friedrich Ebert...
Traitor. You all should hate this man. There are some things that I guess he did that we could be viewed as positive, but overall you should hate this man. Okay? The MSPD leader, so the guy who was in charge of the Social Democrats who didn't want to end the war and who were not pro-revolution, were like not great. Yeah, you'll see.
Looking to weaken
He was the liberal, okay? Weird amorphous blob. There were definitely big organizing differences, but similar sort of approach in terms of setting up workers' councils, if that makes sense.
Influence of the Soviets negotiated an early termination of the strike. The emperor abdicated, and Ebert considered a continuation of the revolution to be unnecessary.
So I'm going to go back a little bit, just because I was talking.
There were few families untouched in Germany, and people were bitter. In October 1918, over 1 million workers striked throughout Germany. Tired of the old regime, they formed councils or Räte after the Russian Soviets, seeking to establish their own socialist republic. But the leader of the MSPD, Friedrich Ebert, looking to weaken the influence of the Soviets, negotiated an early termination of the strike.
Jesus.
The emperor abdicated, and Ebert considered a continuation of the revolution to be unnecessary. On October 24th, General Ludendorff changed his mind and declared the conditions of the Allies to be unacceptable. He now demanded the resumption of the war that he had declared lost only 1 month earlier. However, he did not have the support he expected and fled to Sweden with false papers. But while most Germans prepared for peace, the Imperial Naval Command in Kiel planned to dispatch the Imperial fleet for a last battle against the Royal Navy.
God damn it.
The British think we are about to surrender, so this is the perfect time to attack. Any questions? Did the High Command authorize the attack? Not quite, but Admiral, the new government is engaged in peace negotiations. Wouldn't an attack undermine them? Okay, no more questions, just raise the anchor, we're moving.
Jesus. Based.
Well, that's just rude. sailors on board 3 ships refused to weigh anchors.
Base.
Some committed outright mutiny and sabotage. They were arrested without resistance and imprisoned in Kiel. Still, they achieved their goal. The Naval Command had to drop its plans for a naval engagement. On November 1st, hundreds of sailors joined forces with the socialists to demand an immediate release of their prisoners. Raising slogans of peace and bread, they also demanded the end of the war and the improvement of food provisions. More and more people joined the protesters as they moved toward the military prison. Sub-Lieutenant Steinhäuser ordered his patrol to fire warning shots and then to shoot directly into the demonstration. 7 people were killed and 29 severely injured.
So you can see, guys, the people of Germany are rising up. Okay, they're done with the war. They can't even. The government has lost control of the Navy. They can't control the Navy. The soldiers rose up in mutiny. Okay,
returned.
But to be clear, guys, the war had been lost before this happened. Remember, Ludendorff went to Wilhelm and said, "We've lost. We need peace." Before any of this happened. So the later claims that this is why Germany lost is not true.
Fire and the mass protest turned into a general revolt. The governor of the naval station was compelled to negotiate the release of the prisoners. By the evening of November 4th, Kiel was firmly in the rebels' hand. Delegations of sailors dispersed to all the major cities in Germany. By November 7th, the revolution had seized all large coastal cities as well as Hanover, Brunswick, Frankfurt am Main, and Munich. Workers and soldiers formed councils, and by the end of the month, all 22 German monarchs had been dethroned. But apart from the dynastic families...
So all these workers and soldiers literally started dethroning the rulers of all these states.
The councils deprived only the military command of their power and privilege. They did not interfere with the duties of police, municipal administrations and courts. There were hardly any confiscation of property or occupation of factories, because such measures were expected from the new government. Hoping to gain over them...
So one of the problem... I know I keep pausing here. You notice what they said there. The socialists, when they started setting up and getting rid of the leaders of all these states, they didn't fully do the revolution, right? They did not remove police, administrators, judges, and things like that. They assumed that when the new socialist government took over, they would do that from the top down. That was kind of an error in judgment. They should have they should have done it themselves, okay, to be honest with you. Which it leaves a door open. Okay, you'll see.
Middle-class parties and all the elites of the German Empire, and fearing a radicalization of the revolution that could lead to a civil war, Ebert, the leader of the majority Socialist Party, met with the leaders of the old regime. They reached an agreement, and Ebert was made chancellor. Karl Liebknecht, recently released from prison, returned to Berlin and planned to proclaim Germany a socialist republic. SPD Deputy Chairman Philipp Scheidemann heard about this and immediately stepped out a balcony of the Reichstag and proclaimed Germany a democratic republic in front of demonstrators. This upset Ebert, who wished to leave the choice of political system to a national assembly. Just hours later, Liebknecht proclaimed that Germany was now a socialist republic and called for election to form the Council of People's Deputies, who on November 11th signed the armistice that officially ended World War I. The new government passed the 8-hour workday.
So, Friedrich Ebert, who was a member of the SPD, made an agreement with the elites where he got to take over the government in exchange for not doing the revolution. Okay. And he formed a new government that was parallel to the socialist government of workers' councils. And when he formed this government as chancellor, he, in order to, exactly, Felice's traitor, absolute traitor. All right. In order to, just like Bismarck had done, folks, because there's a trend in history here that you're seeing in Germany, just like in what Bismarck did, in order to sweeten this deal, Friedrich Ebert, who was a socialist, but obviously a traitor, when he made the new constitution for Germany, it included an 8-hour workday, it strengthened workers' unions, it expanded social insurance, it gave better unemployment benefits, it provided more worker compensation. It also did projects to increase housing availability and projects to expand health insurance. He also, by the way, made voting universal. He gave women the right to vote. So as sort of an appeasement measure for putting the lid on the revolution, he did also provide these things in the new Constitution, which is more progressive than it was before and more democratic than the government we just saw with the king, but also, you know, stifled the full revolution, okay?
And severely strengthened worker unions. They expanded social insurance, unemployment benefits, and worker compensations, while working on a series of projects to improve health insurance and housing availability. In the meantime, the Supreme Command was raising its own paramilitary force, the Freikorps, paramilitary organizations that would operate inside Germany.
So the Freikorps guys, or Free Corps, were military units and paramilitaries. These were armed, roving groups of men with guns who were war veterans who were returning from the war and had nothing to do, kind of like what happened in fascist Italy. And so military commanders, elites, used them as these paramilitary enforcement forces. Okay, the Free Corps. And they turned them against the socialists.
Of its members were former soldiers who struggled to readjust to civilian life.
Yeah, Proud
They were
Boys.
very
Correct, Proud Boys.
nationalistic and
Very
ferociously anti-socialist. In December,
And many of them, guys, believed in the stab in the back myth. They believed that the reason Germany lost was because socialists and Jews had stabbed them in the back. Okay?
Germany's councils were to meet in Berlin to vote on whether to make Germany a council or Soviet republic. Ebert and his government ordered the army to move into Berlin to prevent the convention. But while attempting to arrest the council leaders, the soldiers opened fire on unarmed demonstrators who were supporting the convention, killing 16 people. Despite the massacre, Ebert's plan to prevent the convention failed. But it was also unnecessary. The convention voted overwhelmingly against the creation of a council system and instead supported Ebert's call for elections to choose a constituent national assembly that would decide upon the state system. During the revolution, an elite regiment, the Revolutionary Guard, had been stationed in Berlin to protect the government. But Ebert now feared that they were getting too friendly with the
Now listen, I don't like how he framed that. Yeah, this convention, there were some in there, Philly cheese, but to be clear, it's unclear. This socialist convention, this workers' body, okay, yeah, a lot of them voted for Ebert's plan, but you have to understand there were soldiers who had just slaughtered a bunch of people outside the convention, and Ebert was using force all around the country, and there were people starving. So a lot of these folks were scared to death. And, from their perspective, it might be that they either vote for Ebert or they all get killed. So it was kind of done at gunpoint, not directly, but basically. So we don't know what would have happened if there wasn't Ebert with armed men attacking protesters and shit, okay? To be clear, all right? But regardless, it's a shame that they voted the way they did. Okay, it is a shame they voted to support what Ebert did. Did Ebert have a lot of it's unclear.
Spartakists. So on December 23rd, he dismissed them from Berlin and ordered to reduce their members. To force them to comply, the city commander Otto Wels held their pay. The Revolutionary Army seized the Reichschancellery and arrested several members of the government.
I'm going to go back because I talked during
National
part of
Assembly that would decide upon Soviet Republic. Ebert and his government ordered the army to move into Berlin to prevent the convention, but while attempting to arrest the council leaders, the soldiers opened fire on unarmed demonstrators who were supporting the convention, killing 16 people. Despite the massacre, Ebert's plan to prevent the convention failed. But it was also unnecessary. The convention voted overwhelmingly against the creation of a council system and instead supported Ebert's call for elections to choose a constituent national assembly that would decide upon the state system. During the revolution, an elite regiment, the Revolutionary Guard, had been stationed in Berlin to protect the government. But Ebert now feared that they were getting too friendly with the Spartakists. So on December 23rd, he dismissed them from Berlin and ordered to reduce their members. To force them to comply, the city commander Otto Wels held their pay. The Revolutionary Army seized the Reichschancellery and arrested several members of the government until their salaries were paid. Chancellor Ebert called upon the army to force them out, attacking them in the skirmish of the Berlin
Literally, look at
Schloss.
this. There were open gun battles in the streets of Berlin and around the country. These are machine guns being operated by Freikorps. Okay, these are machine guns being operated by military and Freikorps against socialists. Because the socialist elite units were literally having pitched street battles with the military and Freikorps.
However, many of Ebert's soldiers defected, and the Berlin police, led by Emil Eichhorn, refused to act against the revolutionaries. With over 30 dead and 50 wounded, the battle was a clear defeat for Ebert's government, who was forced to pay the sailors and postpone their size reduction. However, the confrontation was a turning point for the Spartakists. Tired of the SPD, they left the party and formed the German Communist Party, KP.
Okay, so at this point, they're like, you're not going for the revolution. So Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, my sweet Rosa, who I love to death, left and formed the Communist Party and said, no, we're for revolution. This is appeasement.
On January 4th, 1919, Ebert dismissed Police Chief Eichhorn for failing to act against revolutionaries and demonstrating workers. Hundreds of thousands took to the streets the very next day, many of them armed. The demonstrators occupied train stations and several newspapers that the previous day had called not only for the raising of more Freikorps, but for the murder of the Spartakists. On January 8th, Ebert decided to use troops stationed in Berlin against the occupiers. They violently quelled an improvised revolt on January 9th, and just a few days later, the Freikorps moved into Berlin. They brutally cleared several buildings and executed the occupiers on the spot.
Jesus. I mean, this is why, guy, you're going to see that this betrayal by Ebert of the socialist is going to basically allow the Nazis to walk in the door, because the communists never forgot that, and there was always bad blood between the communists and the social democrats from this point forward. That made it really hard for them to work together. Now, there's more to it than that, but okay.
Murdered at least 100 workers, even those who surrendered.
God.
Just a few days later, Rosa Luxemburg and Karl
I'm gonna cry. This is Rosa Luxemburg. I love Rosa Luxemburg.
Liebknecht were arrested and delivered to a Freikorps division that beat them up and executed them.
So Rosa and Liebknecht were both shot and killed by Freikorps members, these paramilitary former veterans. They literally tortured them and then murdered them.
Perpetrators of the murders went mostly unpunished. After coming to power, the SPD government had not wiped out the Army Supreme Command or the judiciary. And now, the judges...
Yep, and then literally purposely disrespected their bodies by leaving them uncovered in a ditch. Yeah.
Many longing for a return to the old order gave right-wing criminals, assassins and terrorists a slap on the wrist for their crimes as long as the victims were either revolutionary...
Yes, please, elevator lady. So guys, remember what I said. One of the problems that the socialists had was that they left all the judges from the old regime in place. And they left all the judges and police. So a bunch of these Freikorps who had committed unspeakable crimes like murdering Rosa and things like that, these judges basically excused their crimes or gave them very light sentences because they had been imperial conservative judges. And this problem continued all the way up to the rise of the Nazis. The judicial system, which Ebert kept in place, including when Hitler was put in jail, were continuously treated with kitty gloves by the judiciary because they had been overtaken by the right wing. This is one of the problems with the United States right now, is that we have a very right-wing judiciary that continuously refuses to punish right-wingers, refuses to punish, right-wingers who break the law and crap like that. It's a big fucking problem, all right?
Were associated with the new democratic German state. The few people that went to prison for the murder of the Spartacus leaders were later compensated by the Nazi government, and later investigations.
And they were given basically pardoned by the Nazi government, which is what Trump did, right? You pardon the people who do the revolution and do the violence against the government, okay?
Showed that
who do not the revolution, who do the violence against others.
Murders of Karl and Rosa had been approved by Ebert himself.
Yep. And that's, I hate Ebert. He literally, we know for a fact, we actually have a document that shows that he signed the approval of their execution. So Ebert, the socialist, the SPD head chancellor, ordered the murder of Liebknecht and Luxemburg.
From this point on, the political differences between the SPD and the KPD became insurmountable, and in the following years, they would be unable to work together to stop the rising threat from the Nazi Party. The first elections came shortly after. The SPD became the strongest party and joined with other center parties to form the Weimar Coalition.
So they literally, the SPD guys ended up uniting with the centrists, with the liberals. Okay. they formed a coalition with the liberals and abandoned their hope of revolution.
Ebert was elected
or abandoned their main goal of revolution.
President. The new Weimar Constitution offered more possibilities for a direct democracy by setting up a mechanism for referendums. It also had a simple rule. You gain 60,000 votes, you gain...
So it was a very democratic system. So taking a step back from the clear treachery of the government, the Weimar government and constitution was very progressive and very liberal. Like, it was very democratic for the time. It was one of the most democratic constitutions in the world. Obviously, I would have wished this revolution succeeded, but this was definitely a massive improvement from the system that existed before that I told you about, where Prussia dominated everything and there wasn't real democracy.
One seat in parliament. While this allowed for more representation,
it basically was proportional representation, where if you got 60,000 votes, you got one seat in parliament. So that would allow even the smallest party to have a vote if they got 60,000 votes.
Also made it very difficult to build coalitions. In fact, no parties achieved a majority during the 1920s. There was another massive problem. Article 48 of
the biggest flaw, and I know that he's about to talk about it, of this constitution, however, was Article 48, which said that the president can basically suspend civil liberties in times of crises and use the military in order to enforce that rule in times of crisis. That basically ruins the rest of the Constitution, because that means you can, at will, regardless of the democratic will, you can just claim there's a national crisis and then send in the military and enforce it, which gave Ebert pretty much dictatorial powers. Now, he had to be careful with it, but that was one big flaw with the Constitution. Okay.
The Weimar Constitution granted the president the authority to rule against the majority in the Reichstag with the help of the army, if need be. Article 48 would become instrumental in destroying German democracy. In Bavaria, the USPD, who had political control over the state after the Bavarian king's resignation, suffered a crushing defeat in the elections. Eisner, the Bavarian USPD leader, was assassinated by a right-wing terrorist just days later. Listen, I know this looks bad, but I swear it was him. Rumors blamed another socialist leader who was then shot twice by one of Eisner's supporters while inside the parliament. Fighting broke out, killing 2 other members. Because of the chaos, Bavaria no longer had an effective government. The new socialist leader...
So once again, and now we're going to have another attempted revolution called the Spartacist Uprising. So Bavaria, which is one of the biggest states, this socialist infighting caused the Bavarian government to basically fail to function.
Johannes Hoffmann organized a new coalition government, but was overthrown by a group of communists who proclaimed Bavaria to be a Soviet republic.
Yes!
But this government was then overthrown by another communist group, who were then overthrown by the return of Hoffmann and several thousand soldiers and Freikorps, who brutally ended the Soviet republic.
Yeah, so the
600 people.
Another uprising put down, another socialist uprising put down by the Social Democrats in league with the military.
Killed during the fighting, 300 of them civilians. After their victory, Freikorps executed at least 1,000 people suspect of being communist.
1,000 people.
Bavaria officially joined the Weimar Republic. The left was divided once more, and the chaos of the period made the state shift significantly to the right. In June 1919, the government signed the Treaty of Versailles.
In 1919, this newly formed government that Ebert formed signed the Peace Treaty of Versailles, which, as you guys know, was disastrous. The treaty itself was really bad for Germany, and I'll explain why in a second.
Officially ending World War I. The treaty made Germany renounce sovereignty over its colonies and lose a large portion of territory. A part of Germany would be occupied for 15 years by the Allies, and they were forced to pay massive reparations, the amount of which no one even knew how to estimate. They also had to accept all guilt for the war and its consequences. All of this was incredibly upsetting for Germans, who despised the treaty and those who signed it. But there was another demand. The treaty required Germany to demilitarize significantly, and that meant that the Freikorps had to be disbanded. In February 1920, Defense Minister Noske ordered the disbandment of two of the most powerful Freikorps divisions that were stationed near Berlin. These Freikorps were extremely opposed to Eber's democratic government, and their commander Erhard refused the dissolution. He reached out to his allies, Wolfgang Kapp, generals.
Oh my God! And this, so I forgot about the Kapp coup, or the Kapp push. In German, the word push is what you use for coup. So this was a right-wing coup that also took place.
Erich Ludendorff, and even Waldemar Pabst, the man responsible for the murders of Liebknecht and Luxemburg. Erhard ordered his brigade to march into Berlin and ruthlessly break any resistance. They carried swastikas on their helmets and...
Listen, did you hear that? So these were not Nazis. These were monarchists who sought to restore the monarchy and restore Prussian domination and overthrow the new constitution. They marched into Berlin with swastikas on their helmets. So this is the first time we've seen a swastika in this story. And it's on these right-wing reactionaries attempting to overthrow this new Weimar government. Okay?
Vehicles, and it was here that it would become a symbol for anti-government and anti-Jewish sentiment. The city's defenders refused to fire on the soldiers, claiming that Reichswehr doesn't fire on Reichswehr. The government fled the city. With support from the troops and higher echelons of society, Kapp declared himself chancellor.
Okay, so you're right. We're more of a and it probably basically was fascism. I mean, ideologically, we could nitpick, but yeah, basically, right. But it wasn't the Nazi party. But you know that, of course. Okay, so there's another part to this. As we are talking about this stuff, right? So let's talk briefly about, so do we all, any questions about that? Okay, I know we don't have that many people in here. I think we only have like 18 over on Twitch. So definitely, Weird Amorphous Blob, definitely. Very much proto, if not completely. I guess it depends on how you define it, but yeah, definitely proto at the very least. So the Treaty of Versailles, so I want you guys to think like a German at the time, okay? You're just lost a war where over 1 million people died. You were starving. There was suddenly an outburst of chaos internally. There was massive chaos in terms of the government trying to put down socialists rising up and forming their own government, the government doing violence against the socialists. There was an uprising in Bavaria. The government has now this new democratic government led by a socialist party, even though that party isn't liked by a lot of lefties because they murdered lefties, signs an agreement, signs an agreement called the Treaty of Versailles, which forces Germany to pay about $605 billion in today's currency to the countries that it fought against. By the way, Germany only paid off those reparations in 2010. I'll say that again. Germany only paid off its World War I reparations in 2010. Okay? It only fully paid them off in 2010. All right? So this is like, that's a lot of fucking reparations. Yeah. So 605 billion, that completely hamstrung the German economy. Not only that, one of the worst parts of the treaty, hello, we're Resident Union Thug, was that Article 231 of the Versailles Treaty was the war guilt clause. And all it really said was that Germany and its allies take sole responsibility for all loss and damage to the Allied powers. This established a legal basis for those punitive damages. And that is not true, right? We talked yesterday, guys, how Germany was a big part of the war. They absolutely were a big part of World War I, but they were not solely responsible for the entire war, right? I am not defending Germany. I'm just saying this was clearly something imposed by countries that were very angry at Germany because World War I, they had, like, France lost so many civilians. There were so many people, as the British had lost so many civilians. There was a lot of anger at at Germany. So this was kind of a malicious thing that they forced Germany to sign, along with the reparations. They also, as part of this treaty, okay, of course it was Germany. Germany. What are you, Sam, a historian? Of course. The other thing here, guys, is that it required Germany to limit the size of its armed forces to 100,000 men. They were not allowed tanks. They were not allowed planes. 100,000 men, guys, is nothing. And they could, and that, like, for a state as large as Germany, that is a very small military. Absolutely, Redmond Berry, absolutely. Okay, so and listen, Germany was monstrous during World War One. It tried to install like a massive colonial empire in Russia. It was not good. It was horrific. Okay, but it would be incorrect to say that the whole war was just Germany's fault and they required to pay for all of it. Okay, anyway, so um they were only allowed an army of 100,000 men, which for a country the size of Germany. And remember what we said, guys, about the history of Germany. It had been historically, the Germans had often felt like they were victims of external invasion. So after you lose a war, you're made to reduce your army size to 100,000, which opens you to invasion. In the German mindset, that is like not good. Okay. And another thing here. Okay. This Treaty of Versailles that was signed. Here's a map of Germany before and after the war. So all this color is what Germany was before the war, right? After the war, so the Treaty of Versailles forced Germany. You see this dark color. I hope you guys can see my image here. This dark colored territory right here. That was given to a newly formed Poland. So Poland was granted independence from Germany. And this is called the Danzig Corridor. It was handed to Poland, which cut off Eastern Prussia, which is part of Germany, from mainland Germany. So it literally separated a chunk of Germany from mainland Germany. Now, admittedly, the Germans had stolen this from the Poles and stolen this from Poland a long time ago. But in the German mind, right, in the German mind, this was like, what the fuck? You're cutting off a chunk of our territory from the rest of us? Okay, to give Poland access to the sea. By the way, Poland totally deserved independence, and Poland really deserved it after being abused for so long and things like that. But I'm just saying from a German mindset. By the way, if you go to, I've been to Germany 3 times. I was once in a hotel in southern Germany, and in this hotel, there was a big map on one of the walls that showed modern day Germany. And this is not uncommon amongst right wingers in Germany. They had conveniently forgotten to put a border between Germany and Poland, because even for a lot of right wingers today, Poland should be part of Germany, or at least a lot of Poland should be part of Germany. So this map literally had no border between the two and made it seem like at least half of Poland was still part of Germany. Anyway, so that they got part of their country cut off from them. Over on the left side of Germany, you see this kind of gray area down here. During the Franco-Prussian War, when Germany went to war with France and finished uniting their country, they had taken this piece of land from France. France got that piece of land back. And then this brown territory over here was the Ruhr and the Rhine River Valley. This is where most of German industry was located. Most of their factories, most of their coal and things like that. That was to be demilitarized, so no more troops there, so that France, if they ever needed to, could just invade Germany and seize all of their factories and prevent them from having any kind of economy. And the Ruhr, it also allowed France to occupy the area, essentially. Okay, so France actually occupied the Rhineland with troops where all their industry was, and the Germans couldn't do anything about it. All right. So, by the way, the cutting off, the cutting off of this territory from Germany cut the German population by about, I think, like 12%. It removed like 12% of Germany's population and around 20% of their land. And listen, again, I am not saying that Germany didn't deserve this. I am saying that in the mind of Germans, this was pretty fucking harsh. And it definitely didn't help prevent war in the future. They also, by the way, up here had to give back, what is it, Holstein to Denmark. Okay. So anyway, you got that. So a lot of this shit very much upset Germans. So now you have a situation, guys, in Germany where you have a new government that's been formed. And in the minds of Germans, this new democratic government is associated with being defeated in war and associated with giving in to a very unfair treaty. So in the minds of a lot of Germans, democracy was imposed on them by other European powers. In the minds of a lot of Germans, this treaty, which is destroying Germany, was imposed on them by a bunch of socialists and democratic radicals who were imposed on them by a foreign power. And even if we look in German mindset, remember how I said that historically, the fact that Napoleon had invaded Germany already sort of in the German mindset, and I'm talking like not all Germans, but it's kind of a cultural trend, had associated the Enlightenment and like the ideals of democracy and stuff with foreign occupation. This didn't help that sentiment. Okay. So yeah, on top of that, there was the rumor spreading around that was created by the military and the bourgeois and stuff of the stab in the back myth. The idea that Germany actually hadn't lost the war militarily. They had lost because they were stabbed in the back by the socialists and the Jews. Do we understand that? And couple that with economic collapse. Because with these reparations, the German economy was going to struggle tremendously. And that's not accounting for the Great Depression, which will kick in. All right? Do we see where this is going? It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. Okay. Any questions so far about that? About any of that? All right. Okay. So now we have that happening. Do you guys want to watch the next part? Or would you rather, you know what? Let's just watch the next part for now. Okay. Or maybe we can watch the next part tomorrow. Okay. And also, guys, another trend here that I forgot to mention. This is why I've told you about all the other stuff. Remember, too, that Bismarck had been an authoritarian leader who had done a bunch of stuff to kind of unite Germany, including in a lot of what he did to unite Germany was militant and nationalist. And now Germany seems divided again. There's civil war in the streets. It seems like Germany is threatened by exterior powers. And there might be kind of a desire for another Bismarck-like figure to use war and an internal cleansing like anti-socialist laws and anti-Catholic laws to try and reunite the country, which seems to be falling apart. And on top of the fact that Germany had just been ruled by a king and the Germans weren't used to democracy as much, that might make it easier to convince people that you need a dictator. You see what I mean? Okay. All right. Hello, parkours. How are you doing? All right. So, we can, let's just start. Let's watch the next part. It did outer signal, and I'm going to have to go back through some of these things tomorrow, guys, for the people that weren't here, this is probably going to go much farther ahead than I want us to go, this next part, but let's just watch this and just for the sake of learning it, okay? And then I might cover it again.
Where were we? Oh, right. After the Treaty of Versailles forced the Weimar Republic to reduce its military, Defense Minister Noske tried to dismiss two of the most powerful Freikorps divisions, but they refused and instead marched into Berlin and took over. The Weimar government was forced to flee, and the leader of the coup, Wolfgang Kapp, declared himself chancellor with support of the old elites of the German Empire.
By the way, Kapp was an industrialist. Interesting. So a bourgeois industrialist took over the government.
Feeling that something's wrong with it. Something is wrong with the left phalange.
Silly Phoebe, planes don't have
I'm
phalanges.
sure there's nothing wrong with the plane. All right, look, I have to
Help!
go. I
The
love
Freikorps
you,
are taking over. You are the Weimar Republic's military. You have to do something. Oh, jeez. I'd love to be able to help, I really would. But I'm kind of in the middle of something here. Ross is rushing to the airport to stop Rachel from leaving to Paris forever. Can't you just, watch it later? The Fry Corps are trying to take over the country. Listen, it's not that I don't care or that I never really liked Weimar government to begin with, but... Yeah, I don't really care, and I never even liked you guys anyways.
Yeah.
The military across Germany either remained neutral or straight up supported the coup, just like the upper echelons of the bureaucracy who longed for their privileges under the empire. But what Kapp's government did not have was support from the workers. Before leaving Berlin, the Weimar government had called for a general strike. The Democratic, Socialist, and Communist parties immediately heeded the call, and they were not messing around.
This is based.
Million
Guys, this is what I mean when you can make major change if you do strikes. This is why we need a national strike here. So because the military wouldn't help put down the cap push, the workers just went on national strike.
Workers joined the strike. 12 million. That is
Jesus.
1 out of every 5 people.
Imagine if we did that in the United States. We had 1 out of 5 workers go on strike
in the country. This would become the most powerful workers' strike in German history. The country was completely paralyzed. In Berlin, gas, water, and power supplies halted entirely. Newspapers stopped printing. Bureaucracy came to a complete standstill. Any sort of long-distance communication was impossible, and Kapp and Lüttwitz were unable to govern. Trying to consolidate power, Freikorps and the military divisions engaged workers in bloody battles. The military prevailed over the workers in Thuringia and Saxony, while the workers and the Red Army won in the Ruhr. A former soldier by the name of Adolf Hitler, eager to help the coup,
here we got Adolf Hitler, which we'll talk more about tomorrow, okay?
Berlin to meet with the organizers, but by the time he arrived, the coup had already collapsed. The Weimar government returned, and the coup plotters escaped Germany with help from the police. But after the putsch collapsed,
fucking police, ACAB.
Workers in the Ruhr did not stop striking. Workers had been responsible for saving the government. Many had died in the fighting, and now they wanted something in return. They demanded better wages and improved worker conditions, as well as the retreat from all remaining Freikorps. Okay, so we agree. The government will pardon any illegal acts committed in resistance to the Kapp putsch, but you will cooperate with us in disarming the Red Army.
Oh god.
That works for me. Thank you so much for your... Hey boss, check this out. These dummies are not even fighting back.
Another treachery.
While workers negotiated with the government, a military commander acting on his own brutally suppressed the strikes, leading to even bigger strikes and the termination of negotiations. Now a combination of Reichswehr and Freikorps, including units that had participated in Kapp's coup, moved against the Red Army. By the end of the fighting, the Red Army was defeated. Reichswehr and Freikorps lost a combined total of around 500 lives, while an estimated 1,000 workers were killed. The Ruhr uprising was a clear demonstration of the...
This is a great stat. I haven't been here. I really want to go there someday. A statue in memorial to the fallen workers, the 1,000 workers who died trying to fight to remove this right-wing government. Okay, it's very sad, but I want to see
power and unity of Germany's working class. It also showed clearly how the German government was consistently willing to exert violence to preserve the power and privilege of the ruling class.
Yeah, and you can see here Ebert was siding with the military, okay, because the ruling class, the bourgeois and the nobles and the elites were backing him. Boy, does this sound similar, does it not? Does this not sound similar to Italy, guys? This is something you're going to see in almost every fascist movement rising to power, is that, and also the prevention of every socialist regime, is that the elites and the capitalists and the bourgeois have something to do with it, have something to do with enabling it, preventing socialist revolution, and doing violence against anyone that resists. Okay, shocking. It's almost like Karl Marx was right.
Germany became even more polarized. After the end of the fighting, Germany...
And guys, as these internal conflicts were happening, the public started radicalizing. You got more people going to the right wing and more people going to the left wing, which is what we saw happen in France, right? More people went to the socialist and more people went to the fascists, as these conflicts between these groups were ramping up and people were losing faith in the parliamentary government. Does that sound familiar? Okay.
Finally went through a period of relative peace, and by that I mean that there were just no coup attempts, at least for now. But political assassinations were incredibly frequent, and they were carried out almost exclusively by right-wing extremists to left-wing politicians.
So many left-wingers were murdered.
Who played a central role in negotiating and signing the Treaty of Versailles, was assassinated. Walter Rathenau, a Jewish foreign minister who was trying to improve relations with the Soviet Union, was also assassinated by an anti-socialist.
Walter Rathenau is, a lot of historians view him as a possible alternative to Hitler, but like a left-wing version of that / a liberal version of that, depending on how you look at it. He was charismatic. He was he wanted peace. He wanted to have positive relations with the Soviet Union, which was very unusual at the time. Okay, but almost because he was like an Obama type figure in how charismatic he was, while also being he was pretty left. I have to remind myself what his political outlook was, but the right wing couldn't have that, so they murdered him. Okay, and he was also Jewish, by the way.
Anti-Semite. Between 1918 and 1922, there were at least 376 assassinations.
Jesus.
354 of them were linked to far-right extremists. Of those cases, only 18 were ever prosecuted.
And you know what the right wing said, guys, is that there's a problem with left-wing extremism. That, and by the way, whenever these went to court, the courts would always be very lenient with the right wingers. But like for the 18 leftists that did commit violence, okay, they were given very harsh prison sentences or executed. Not the right wingers. Not the right wingers. They were given very lenient sentences by the right wing judiciary. Okay. I mean, like the similarities here are crazy, right? Now, obviously, there are some differences. We do not see government by assassination in the United States yet. Okay, yet. We haven't exactly seen over 300 assassinations of open officials. Okay. There are some things that are different, but some similarities, right? But the whole country was all about, look at the violence being caused by these leftists. All right. And oftentimes, by the way, guys, the sort of moderate leftists that were in the government would always would like condemn the violence, would condemn the left-wing violence, and make it, which made it seem like it was worse than it was too.
And only one of those prosecuted was one of the right-wing assassins.
Yep, only one of them.
If you thought things in Germany were dire at this point, well, think again. Because during World War I, Germany paid for the war efforts by consciously inflating the war economy, which was actually a common thing. Britain, France, and...
We'll stop it there. Okay, I don't want to get into this next part. I want to make sure that we have everyone here for the next part. So because of all these reparations, Germany needed some way to pay these reparations, so they started printing money in order to pay the reparations. And which what happens when you start printing money? What happens when you start printing money if you print too much of it? Come on, you all know. You all know what happens. What happens if you start printing tons of money to pay reparations? Hyperinflation, which is where you're going to see a massive collapse of the economy. So there's already tensions, murders going on left and right. And then hyperinflation occurs. Okay, anyway, so we'll stop there for now. I wanted to add, so you guys get the idea. So that's where we'll end, and we'll continue this tomorrow. Any questions about that crap? Okay. Treaty of Versailles, the War Guilt Clause, reparations, the SPD, Rosa Luxemburg, Karl Liebknecht, the Spartacist Uprising. Let me quickly find something, guys. Rosa Luxemburg. Excuse me. I don't know why I keep saying Luxembourg. This is Rosa Luxemburg. She's one of my favorite historical socialist figures. Okay. Very cool lady. Very cool lady. Okay. Very sad that she was assassinated. Here's an image of her railing against the government and calling for a socialist regime. Okay, surrounded mainly by men. There's another woman here, but I'm going to read. I want to read to you some of her quotes. Rosa Luxemburg quotes. She's like extremely quotable. Those who do not move do not notice their chains. Like, here we go. Freedom only for the supporters of the government, only for the members of one party. However numerous they may be, is no freedom at all. Freedom is always and exclusively freedom for the one who thinks differently, not because of any fanatical concept of justice, but because all that is instructive, wholesome, and purifying is political freedom. And political freedom depends on this essential characteristic, and its effectiveness vanishes when freedom becomes a special privilege. The most revolutionary act is a clear view of the world as it really is. Okay. So, yeah, Lacroix, assassinated by the socialist Friedrich Ebert through a right-wing Freikorps. Okay. No, Revenberry, the socialist leader, the socialist in quotes leader of the new German Weimar Republic, okay, ordered the murder of her by a Freikorps. She said, like, attention is the rarest and purest form of generosity. Here we have, tomorrow the revolution will rise up again, clashing its weapons, and to your horror it will proclaim with trumpets blazing, I was, I am, I shall be. I love that. I was, I am, I shall be. Okay, you are all human, and you are, you were, you are, and you will be. It doesn't matter what the government or the bourgeois say. All right, so very sad that she did this. She also was very pro women's rights. Women's freedom is the sign of social freedom. The most revolutionary thing one can do is to proclaim loudly what is happening, and that's what I try to do all the time, guys. You can tell why I like her. She was very much kind of a contrarian, and as for a woman at the time, guys, for a woman at the time, she was very loud. And I know that sounds like I'm being misogynist, but literally at the time, she didn't give a shit, and she spoke her mind, and she stated loudly what reality was, which would oftentimes piss off the men around her, but she didn't give a shit. Okay. By the way, she also said self-criticism, cruel, unsparing criticism that goes to the very root of the evil is life and breath for proletarian movement. Okay. So, like, always criticize yourself, be self-critical, examine your own behavior, and try to dismantle those ways of thinking and acting that have been pushed upon you by the bourgeois. Okay. Anyway, and I want to point something else out too, just to give you a little hope. And I forgot about this quote. I know I'm just doing a random quote search. I know I have heard all these quotes of her before. I've said this before, guys, that most of the time in history when a revolution occurs, most people don't see it coming, and most people think it's impossible until it happens. Okay. She famously said this: before a revolution happens, it is perceived as impossible. After it happens, it is seen as having been inevitable. That is 100% true. And I want you to let that give you some hope. Because right now, it seems impossible, does it not? But even as Rosa Luxemburg says, it always looks like it's impossible before it happens. And then it's always viewed as inevitable when it does happen. Okay? All right, after it happens. All right, okay. I'm going to put my face up. All right, you guys. So, 317. Let's see here. You have a different take on this one. What is it? It is actually very possible. Absolutely, real life Cat DJ. That's why she says it seems impossible, but it clearly isn't, because it always seems impossible before it happens. All right. Okay. So guys, let me do a little self-promotion here. If you like the content, please subscribe on YouTube for as little as $2 a month, and you get access to a cute little jester hat next to your name. All right. You can also send super chats on YouTube. I basically survive off your guys' donations at this point. If you're over on Twitch, you can subscribe for free using Amazon Prime. Okay, you can subscribe for free using Amazon Prime. And that'll help send me some of Jeff Bezos's money. You can also send me bits over on Twitch, which would be helpful. You can also attack me on Twitch if you use the attack function, which is located on the right side of your screen next to my face. If you can also send me a coffee. I have all these different ways to do it. If you look right below my face right here, there's a QR code. You can use that QR code. You can scan it and it'll open up my buy me a coffee. You can send me something on there. And also linked at the top of the Twitch chat is a link to our Discord. Please join our Discord. It's a great growing community. We have a bunch of clubs on there. We have a reading club where people are very engaged in. We're going to be reading a new book soon. There's also a subgroup within the book club that teaches Marxist theory. I did not create any of these things. These were all created by community members because we have a growing community. We also have a gaming club where on practically every other Sunday we play D&D and sometimes play video games. There is also a gaming club, reading club. There's another club. What's the other club? The writing club, okay, which is run by Mayflower Kid especially with other folks involved, where Mayflower Kid has been writing a community story of a fictional land called Jackistan, which is this myth, this sort of the story of our community, put into a myth, and people write stuff. Okay, so we also it's a really great community, and also in our Discord, it's free, by the way. For those who don't know anything about Discord, it's free. You just join it, and then you can talk with people. You can talk with me directly. People who have tried to talk with me know I will respond to you. Okay, if you want to. Thanks, Peck on Bad. Thank you. That was lovely. Anyway, so moving on here. Thanks, Peck on Bad. To be clear, also on the I hate you, Peck on Bad. I swear to God. Also on the Discord, okay, you can you can chat with me. We will often watch movies on the Discord together. There's also a reactions channel. If you post something in the reactions channel, I might watch it on stream and comment on it. There is a resources section. By the way, underneath our resources section, I have been posting books and resources that I have utilized to make these presentations that I do. So if you want to get more information or see what sources I'm using when I discuss these things, you can go to the resources section. Also located there is a list of vocab terms from these presentations, okay? What else? So please donate, guys. I do survive off your donations. And if you're watching right now, but you're not following, please follow me. I'm trying to get up to 500. I'm trying to get up to 500 followers over on Twitch. If you know anyone that can, if you know anyone who might like my content, please direct them in my direction. Okay, so I can continue doing this full time. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Who was that? Was that Philly Cheese? Thank you, Philly Cheese. That was lovely. Or was that Real Life Cat DJ? I don't know. It was someone. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think it was Philly Cheese, though. Thank you, Philly Cheese. Okay. All right. So, guys, Real Life Cat DJ, there's something deeply wrong with you. There is something deeply wrong with you, I swear to God. Okay, Jesus. Whatever, I hate you. Okay, I'm just kidding. I love you, real life cat. I mean, you're the best. Thank you for that bizarre display. Okay, Drusilla, don't you laugh. Don't you laugh. Okay, Mr. King K, CR, have you talked more about parallel power structures? Let me briefly tell you guys about parallel power structures. In order to have a successful revolution, you need parallel power structures. What do I mean by that? Acts of adventurism, when you're trying to do revolutionary change, don't really work. Okay, they can radicalize people, but that's not really going to make change. You need to form a movement that creates parallel power structures. What do I mean by that? Like creates your own Congress, creates your own government bodies, starts creating workers' councils that vote on things and elect people to a national body or whatever. Okay, you need parallel structures because otherwise how are you going to transfer power to yourselves after you complete a revolution if you don't already have a government structure in place? How are you going to coordinate responses to the government you're rebelling against? I'm talking theoretically here, by the way, obviously. I'm talking historically. I can give you massive examples of this. Even if you look at early revolutions like the American, French revolutions, okay? They had parallel government structures. There was the National Assembly in France. There was the Continental Congress in America. They formed all these bodies that worked in parallel to the actual government. In revolutionary Russia, the workers formed Soviets, which were councils of workers who did elections and who voted on things and made decisions parallel to the Tsar's government. You need parallel government structures, all right? I can give you an example of where this didn't work an example of where this didn't happen as well. Okay, an example of this would be during the Arab Spring. The Arab Spring was great, but there was sort of an inability to form a parallel government structure that kind of hampered it a bit and then resulted in things going back to kind of the way they were. You need parallel government structures, okay? In Egypt, I should say. Now, obviously, I'm oversimplifying. I can give you other examples where there haven't been parallel government structures and things have failed. All right. But, and there's also, it's possible that it'll fail even with parallel government structures, but you're not going to have a successful revolution without having organized parallel government structures. When I say, by the way, that acts of adventurism often don't work, that's not to say, that is not to say that there was like real life Cat TJ. Egypt had multiple parallel government structures. Okay, then I was wrong, real life Cat TJ. I thought that it was mainly people on the street making demands without much of a parallel government structure, but I could be wrong. Okay, regardless, I can think of other examples where there haven't been good parallel government structures. Okay, hello AMA Gaming, how are you doing? Okay, so another example here, guys, would be well, let me give you something else here. When I mean adventurism, okay, I'm not criticizing adventurism. I'm just saying that won't fundamentally change things. Like, for example, what Luigi Mangione did. That was, I want to point out that, let me show you something. This is, where is this? Where's my little Luigi Mangione symbol? Do I not have it over here on Twitch? Thank you, Peck Bad. You're the best. I love you. Okay. When you do, these things will happen naturally as people get more upset. People will there will be individuals who channel their injury and their anger into individual acts of resistance, like what Luigi Mangione did. But those are much more effective if they're channeled into a larger movement that is centrally controlled, maybe not even centrally controlled, but is organized. Okay. Because if you just have a bunch of adventurism, that gives the government a chance to adapt and to crack down. So, yeah. And that is energy that doesn't really change much. It also will often reinforce the idea of chaos, which will give more power to the government in some ways. Yeah, but again, it's not like it's bad that happens. It's expected when people are being oppressed that there will be resistance in that way. I'm just saying we need more than that. Yeah, exactly. Weird amorphous blob, you're right. And let me rephrase that, okay? No, but you're right, weird amorphous blob. That doesn't mean that individual acts of resistance are always adventurism. Like if you do an act without being linked to like revolutionary change of some sort, that you have a clear demand linked to a movement, that could be beneficial. But like I'm just saying, but you know what I mean. Okay, yes, undeniable case of adventurism would be the Charlie Kirk assassination. There you go. Okay, I guess you're right. Luigi Mangione kind of was making some demands. Okay, so you see what I mean? Okay. Regardless, that's my point. Okay. So that's why I say for successful revolutions to happen, there are a number of things you need. One are parallel government structures. Okay. Parallel government structures. And I do not mean joining the fucking Democratic Party, for example. That's not a parallel government structure. I mean, for example, let me give you an example here. I was actually I am often disappointed in the DSA. Let's put it this way, okay? And I know we have a lot of disagreements in here between different lefties, but let's not, for the sake of argument, the DSA, okay, recently held a election where there was a desire to have DSA cells, I guess, all across the country vote to determine who they would run as a candidate in the next coming presidential election. Okay, that the DSA would run a candidate for a national election outside of the Democratic Party. This is a great step because that is starting to solidify a separate parallel government structure, kind of. It means that it would have been a great way to start doing organization outside of the Democratic Party, even if it's still within the system. Do you see what I mean? It would have been a good first step. You know what happened? The National Democratic Socialists said no, which is fucking annoying, not terribly surprising. They said no. And this is complicated. They want to, I think they want to back Ocasio-Cortez, but they should have someone up there who's running outside the Democrats. But my point is, you could do things like that. Have a socialist organization, or like the PSL could maybe run someone and start forming election councils, which then could be converted into workers' councils. You see what I mean? Start forming the basis of parallel government structures. All right. All right. Anyway, just being clear. Okay. And not only that, so we've mentioned the keys to a success. Have they weird amorphous blob? Okay. Well, then never mind. Okay. I have some disagreements with the PSL, just like I have disagreements with the DSA. But I didn't know they were running people. Clearly, they're not popular enough, so no one knows about it. But the DSA has a lot of very popular candidates they could run. You did Elevator Lady, cool. Really weird amorphous blob, god damn it. Okay, I don't. Okay, regardless, moving on here. What was I going to say? So you need parallel government structures. You need parallel government structures, organized resistance. Adventurism doesn't necessarily work. The other thing, guys, is that you need demands. You need demands that have consequences if the demands are not met. Okay? So like once you organize parallel government structures or movements that seek changes or revolutionary change, they need to lay out demands that everyone is making at once. And then when those demands are granted, there needs to be a consequence. So for example, let's say you demand, that ICE gets disbanded or whatever. Okay, I don't know, whatever it may be. If ICE doesn't get disbanded after you make those demands, you need to put consequences on that. So let's say it doesn't get disbanded, then you have all the workers in the country go on strike. You have, I don't know, and then if that still doesn't get demanded, something else might happen. You have to have demands linked, you have to have consequences linked to your demands. Absolutely weird amorphous blob, and that's my thought. One of my issues with the DSA is that they are divisive against the PSL, but the PSL also is divisive against them somewhat. I know there's a history to this. I don't side with either. I side with both. I side with all the lefties out there because we need to have a unified demands and not do what we saw happen in Germany, okay, with the fucking DSA and shit like that, okay? Well, not the DSA, with the Democratic Social, with the socialists, the Social Democrats, and the communists and shit. All right. All right. Yeah, lefty infighting. So no ACP, ACP, ACP. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, the ACP too. I don't know as much about them, to be honest. Okay. Yes. I know about them. I honestly, I don't know as much about them. Okay, I don't know as much about them. I'll have to look into. I mean, I know about them, but I'm much more familiar with the PSL and DSA, and that they should definitely be part of this whole coalition things. Okay, doesn't have the best leadership. Okay, then maybe not. I'd have to look more about it. Okay, I will have to look more into it. I seriously don't know much about the ACP, and the reason and if I don't, I honestly I've read about them before, but I remember there's something I don't like about it. Okay, 1 second, guys. Let me look into them, okay? Because if I don't know much about them, it might be that I didn't like them when I read about them. Let me see. Let me see. ACP. Let's read their stuff. I hate you, Bob. Thank you, American Communist Party. CPUSA? CPUSA, is that what they are? Is that what? No, different? Okay, forgive me. I mean, I'm sorry. I know that CPUSA is different. ACP. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said that. I know about the CPUSA. Okay. ACP, American Communist Party. Let's take a look here. All right. Red America. No Duganism. No Remenberry. No Duganism. Okay, let's take a look here. The official ACP. I'm going to show you guys what I'm seeing here on the screen. Really? Okay, now, folks, if that's true, Weird Amorphous Blob, to be clear here, I've mentioned. Now, listen. Okay, we're not going to get into lefty infighting. To be clear, right? We're going to talk about this intellectually. All right. I want to point that out. I know that won't change anyone's mind if we start fighting. Okay. But I'm just. That's really cool imagery. Marxism and anarchism. Okay, I can't find much of what they believe. Actually, is there? I'm trying to figure out if I can find a list of anything like demands, a list of beliefs. Like, what the fuck do they even believe in? Are they embarrassed? Party program. Here we go. Cancellation of all debts. Okay. I am not going to fall for the propaganda. I am not. Okay. Cancellation of all debts. Okay. Abolition of the Federal Reserve, People's National Bank, Economic Bill of Rights. Yeah. Okay. These are classic communist things. Healthcare. So all this stuff is classic stuff. This is interesting. Here's an interesting thing. Here's an interesting one. Now, this one already, I'm kind of like, okay. This one says the Communist Party stands for large-scale implementation of cybernetic technologies across the whole economy and implementation of AI-driven national economic planning. I don't know. That's worrisome. Express aims of advancing national development, reducing okay, I get that. Okay, well, we'll have to look more into that. Okay. Right. Oh, no, you know it, elevator lady. Okay. People's Militia. Okay. Dismantling U.S. Okay. Dismantling of U.S. imperialism. Okay. Ending mass immigration. So it does talk about dismantling the American empire. See, this is weird. Now, wait a minute, guys. Literally, this is very weird language. Um, this is very weird language. The promotion of American civilization. The Communist Party stands for the cultivation and discovery of a national continental American culture on the basis of unique history, geography, and ethnic makeup of the American peoples. Oh, I know, elevator lady, they did. The Communist Party stands for the promotion of language, autonomy, economic development, and culture of the American tribes. Okay, that's okay, but the Communist Party stands for the construction of a unified American historical, national, and cultural identity to overcome all racial and social antagonisms. Okay, that just the language there is weird to me. I don't know about that. Okay, so this doesn't actually tell me much. I'm gonna have to look more into it. It doesn't say anything about gay people, obviously, or anything like that. Let me, real fast, let me see here. ACP funding. I want to see how they're funded. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. But see, they're so small, it looks like they're not even being registered when I put them in here. They're one of these very small groups. ACP, American Communist Party funding. I want to see how they're funded. Okay, I know I'm gonna I shouldn't use this, but oh, Xi Jinping. They support Xi Jinping thought. They uphold Juche. Listen. This is really bad, really fucking bad. This is really bad advertising to openly support Juche, which is North Korean thought. Listen, and I'm not saying I hate North Korea. I'm just saying this is really bad imagery to okay. Oh my god. Okay, I'm sorry. You got to get fucking kid. You're kidding me, weird amorphous blob. This is hilarious. Oh my god. Russia, they claim that Russia remains at the forefront of the world liberation movement. Are you fucking kidding me? These are not fucking lefties. You guys are right. This is like Kamo MAGA. What the fuck? They do know that Russia is not communist anymore, right? They're like not socialist at all. They're an imperialist, kleptocratic, capitalist state. You know what? It's fine. Whatever. I get the point now. This is bizarre. Oh, Jackson Hinkle. They've. You're not joking. They literally promote MAGA communism. What the fuck is that? MAGA you know what? Listen, guys, listen. Listen, we're gonna get out of that, okay? We're gonna get out of that. You're right. They're national. I listen, guys. I'm glad I'm ignorant of some of these groups, okay? Because then I don't have to get involved in the infighting, I guess. But like that is, yeah, you guys weren't lying. That is true. I didn't think you were lying, but I had to see it for myself. That's cute. That is cute. Any meaningful anti-imperial has to be going to support. Yes. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree, weird amorphous blob. And to be clear, guys, America is the worst imperialist state. Russia is also an imperialist state. We need to stand with anyone threatened by imperialism. And So we need to dismantle, we need to prevent Russian imperialism, American imperialism, any kind of imperialism, okay? European imperialism. Okay. Whew. I don't see a single rainbow. Peter Thiel, obviously, right? Okay, like this is crazy. Anyway, okay. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, all these communist party leaders keep randomly disappearing. Right. Okay. That's not Russia, though. That can't. Right. Hilarious. Okay. For no particular reason. Right. They tend to romanticize North Korea. Yeah, I know. Right. Wait, was blob. They tend to romanticize North Korea. Yeah. And listen, guys, I don't like doing lefty fighting. And I just want to be clear, as a matter of strategy, I think I've told you this, guys, before. I do not like the use of North Korean imagery or Chinese imagery or Soviet imagery when trying to promote socialism. That doesn't mean that I don't blame, that I blame North Korea for the way it is, or that I blame China or the Soviet Union. But that imagery has a lot of negative associations with it. And let's be honest, North Korea, even though I can understand the position they're in, historically and stuff, not exactly a great state to promote if you want to convince people that you're about liberation and freeing people, because it is not that way there, regardless of why it is. Okay. Weird Amorphous Blob, they laugh at the DSA, which is honestly pretty common. Yeah, that is true, Weird Amorphous Blob. And that's kind of an ongoing thing. You know this, Weird Amorphous Blob. I have found, and I don't know why, I have found that the DSA is probably the most effective, but it depends on how you look at it. And there are issues with the DSA, which I could talk about. But there are also issues with the PSL. I could regardless, we all need to work together. All right. But okay. Russia is imperial. Okay. Iran does. Let's see here. Or Ernst Busch. Iran is functionally anti-imperialist. Yeah. In turn, like right now, it absolutely is. Okay, guys. Any nation resisting imperialism at any point is, of course, anti-imperialist. So right now, Ukraine is anti-imperialist, not necessarily the country supporting it, but Ukraine is, so is Iran, so is Lebanon. We need to support countries that are resisting imperialism by force, literally right now. They're at least not invading their neighbors, right, Laquabois, okay? Okay. Who's Ernst Busch there, remembering Bloody Sunday? Who's Ernst Busch? Exactly, Weird Amorphous Blob, right? So Russia is a competing hegemon, okay? It is a hegemon that is competing with America for hegemony, and that which makes them fundamentally anti-American imperialism, but in a way that makes them pro their own imperialism. Part of the KPD. Got you. 1930, Ernst Busch, The Secret Mobilization. Oh, got you. So we'll look at this maybe some other time. Just that I don't know. I have to make sure that I don't get copyrighted for it. But thank you. Remember Bloody Sunday for sending this. Okay. We will read it a different. Let's look at it at a different time. Come back again. I'm saving it. Maybe we'll look at it tomorrow. I have to look into it first. Okay. It's no offense to you, but I need to make sure that I don't get copyrighted for doing it, et cetera. Okay. Okay. So anyway, guys, we are, but don't worry, come back tomorrow if you can remember Bloody Sunday. All right. Yeah, I know, Lacroix. So guys, listen, let me sit down so I can talk about this for a second. So starting now, don't make me run or dance because I'm going to be sitting down. All right. No, so Gray Art, listen, yeah, we do get propaganda from inside about North Korea, but it is not a good state. Okay, like their government is run by a hereditary monarchy, essentially. It's not exactly it's just not great. Let's put it that way. Regardless of how we view it, it is not a good advertising point. You see what I mean? That's my main thing. I don't blame the state. Like America bombed the fuck out of it and killed thousands, if not millions, of people in the Korean War. It has been on the front lines of American imperialism for a very long time. But to advertise it doesn't look good because of what we know about it. Yeah, exactly. Remember Bloody Sunday. Okay, so um, let's see here. And to be in, well, it's not just the optics, Doug. I don't want to live in a North Korean type state. I don't. And I know there might be lefties out there like, what do you mean? I really don't want to live in a North Korean type state. But you have to understand the reason they are the way they are. Uh, um, the reason they are the way they are is because of how they've been treated. Okay, I'm just saying that's why it's understandable why they are, but it's not a kind of socialism I want to promote. Let's put it that way. Okay. Um, okay, does that make sense? Why not? DPRK has a great subway stations and cool murals and statues in the world's tallest hotel. Okay, well, all right. You see what I mean? So I'm just saying, okay. Da, 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 da. They're also, yeah, totally. I know, Elevator Lady, you're absolutely right. They're massively sanctioned. Other countries won't accept their passports. But like it's bad, right? It's like it's not a great place to live. And regardless of the reason, people don't, you know what I mean? It's not like it's not a vision of a socialist paradise. Let's put it that way, regardless of the reason. Okay. Anyway, regardless, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying, okay. By the way, on a side note, guys, South Korea is also a hellhole in a lot of ways. To be clear, South Korea is one of the most brutal capitalist states in the world. They absolutely do, Elevator Lady. They do support Palestine, okay? Which I support. I support them supporting Palestine. They also, Elevator Lady, support Vladimir Putin. And listen, I don't blame them for that because they need an ally against the United States and stuff. Listen, this is confusing. Okay. They're doing it to push back against the United States. Okay, so many cults. All right, let's go on though. What was I going to say here? Someone asked a question. Hello, Jonas. How are you doing, Jonas? Weird Barry. Yeah, Russia is definitely not in the axis of resistance. Okay. It coincidentally fights against American imperialism, but seeks to replace it with its own imperialism. Look at what it did in Syria. Exactly, Sir Bart. Yeah. Okay. That's absolutely true, Sir Bart. Absolutely true. Sir Bart says a lot of the look how great the North Korea is propaganda from Pyongyang. Yeah, it is. Yeah. If anyone has ever seen, well, we don't need to get into this now, but okay. Real life cat DJ, dude, Bernie Sanders himself knew that he was see here. Bernie Sanders knew. Sorry, I'm trying to read here. Thanks for the throw. Is it current Iraqi government pro-imperial in some way, allied to Western interests? I'm not sure what the Islamic resistance in Iraq is trying to achieve. All right. So, Rebenberry, this is complicated, right? When it comes to, I know you're speaking to Weird Amorphous Blob. Even though Iran is currently anti-imperialist, it's still a pretty powerful state, and it seeks to influence the states around it. That's what every powerful state does for its own security after having been invaded by Iraq. A lot of the groups inside, that's okay, Remberry, a lot of the groups inside Iraq, the militant groups, are actually funded and supplied by Iran. But in an effort to protect themselves from Iraq, given that historically Iraq has invaded Iran with the backing of the United States. So Iran does do some kind has kind of a web of proxies in the Middle East to protect themselves and to push back against Israel and the United States, but they have never invaded anyone, if that makes sense. Okay, yeah, right, weird amorphous blob. Okay, so anyway. Oh my goodness. Bye-bye, person who just came in with the anti-Semitic comment here. Okay, hide user. Bye-bye. All right. Someone literally just came in and blamed the Jews for everything. They're like, it's the Jews. Everything's the Jews' fault. I'm like, okay, bye-bye. All right. Right, because, all right, never mind. It's fine. Jonas, isn't Iraq currently just a fake version of a real country? Yeah, it is, Jonas. It's kind of a puppet of the United States. More recently, it's pushed back a lot. It's elevator lady dad. Oh my God, elevator lady. That's dark. Okay. Anyway. So, all right, guys, forgive me. So, let's just chat for a little bit before I go here. I'm going to go, here in a few moments. Unless there's anything people want to talk to, unless someone wants to send me an exorbitant amount of money, and then I might stay. Okay, Jonas says, in the oil is being controlled by corrupt elites who refuse to diversify their economy. Very true, Jonas. Very true. Okay. All right. What do we think here? Okay, so does anyone have any questions, comments, things you want me to talk about? It can be about history. It can be about anthropology. It can be about culture. Hello. Hey, CR, I'll kiss you if you stay longer. I don't want to make my boyfriend jealous, real life, Kathy J, okay? Anything you want to talk about, anything about the news, I can answer some questions. We can chat about a few things. We've done some of our lefty infighting stuff, okay? Guys, we all know that in this community, we are trying to unite people, right? And I know it's, that's what has been tried before and it's often failed, but we are a leftist community. We even have some liberals, okay? We should look at ourselves as anti-capitalist leftists first, and then we can debate tactics and how you do that next, okay? I will unite the left. I believe you, Sir Bart. I believe you. We will unite the left, okay? Explain how they came up with the Trinity. Okay, so Jonas, literally, we can talk about this. Let's talk about it. So, Jonas, this is how they came up with it. This was, well, you know what? We could do a separate stream on this. But the idea, when Jesus was on earth, okay, when Jesus was on earth, apparently, he never said he was God. He never said he was God. And so it was only later in the decades after Jesus when other people were writing about him, other Christians, that they started saying, oh, by the way, he was God on earth. So then you have and we'll talk about Christian heresies later. So then that causes a intellectual problem, because how can God be on earth and be a human and then also be a God in heaven? All right. So this was the debate amongst early Christians. If these, God, he never called himself God. Later Christians said he was God. Well, then how do you have God in heaven and God on earth? There is also the notion that there's a part of the Bible where there is sort of made mention of this spirit, this Holy Spirit that came from God, and kind of came down and isn't God the Father, is God, but also isn't a human. So, and listen, Jonas, I will go. John and Paul say it. Yes. Or maybe Paul said it, but John, by the way, was one of the last written gospels. So it was way after Jesus. Regardless, we will talk about these heresies some other point. So that caused another problem. Okay, that caused another problem, because then how do you have God in heaven, but then a part of God, or God comes down as a spirit while also having God the Son? And if Jesus is the Son of God, how is he also God? So the Catholic Church, there were early Christians who disagreed with this and said, no, God must be, Jesus clearly wasn't God. He was just a man. Then the Catholic Church said that was a heresy and they suppressed that. There were people who said that the Holy Spirit is not separate from God. That was a heresy that the Catholic Church suppressed. There was also the heresy that there's only one God and then there's no other gods except for one God. That was a heresy that was suppressed. So it was later justified by the Catholic Church. This is literally what they say. This is literally what the Catholic Church says. That God, out of God came Jesus, okay, as another version of God. Then, upon seeing Jesus, God released a sigh of love, okay? He sees Jesus and goes, "Oh, my son." And that sigh is the Holy Spirit. And in Catholicism, does that make sense? No, not really, but it is used to justify okay, the belief. Now let me explain. So let me explain something to you. Let me show you something. So, guys, I went to Catholic school. That's why I know so much about this. The Catholic theologians call this the hypostatic union, okay? The hypostatic union. Hypostatic union, that God comes in three forms. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, or the Holy Spirit. All three of them are God and not God at the same time. All three of them are separate but the same. And it is literally, sorry, Jay Williams, literally, it's called the hypostatic union. One way I've heard it described, guys, is that it's like the three states of water. Okay, water can be ice, it can be steam, or it can be I can be ice, steam, or like liquid water. But they're all separate. And because this doesn't make fucking sense, this is literally why Catholics call it the mystery of the Trinity. Because, you know, you got to believe it, and it's a mystery how it works. Okay, mystery of the Trinity. Because that's a fucking mystery, and it doesn't make sense. Okay, it's just kind of invented. Listen, guys, one of these days, this hypostatic union is a mystery that doesn't make sense because it doesn't make sense. But they needed to justify what later Christian writers said that they take as gospel. You see what I mean? All right. Now, later, by the way, I mean, I'll do a stream sometime on early Christian heresies because they're very interesting. Let me give you one example here. There's Arianism. Not Arian as in Arianism, okay? Okay, so Arianism was an early Christian heresy that said that Jesus was basically human. Jesus was not equal to God. So that was a very popular belief in the early Christian church. And that Jesus was created by God and is not really equal to God. The Catholic Church got rid of that and crushed it and said that's a heresy. Jesus is equal to God. He's the same as God. There was also, okay, Jonas, you've somehow confused me with more of an explanation. Jonas, this is religion. Okay, that's religion for you. Let me show you something else here, okay? So early Christian heresies, these are very interesting to me. Early Christian heresies. There are some really weird ones that are really monophysitism. Okay, let me see here. So another early Christian heresy was Nestorianism, which said that Jesus Christ had two natures. He was both God and man, which remained separate throughout his period on earth. So he was both a man and God, but those two things were separate. And he wasn't born by a virgin. The church said, no, he's both at the same time, and they denounced that as a heresy, which, again, doesn't really make sense. And there's also Socianism, which was an early Christian heresy that said that Jesus was just a man who did extraordinary things. He was like a prophet. The Catholic Church said, no, that's not true, because that means that the later Christians who said he was God were lying. So, like, literally, it's just kind of messed up. Go ahead. You can talk about it, Real Life Cat DJ. there's a lot of really interesting early heresies. I'll talk about them sometime. There is literally a school of thought out there, guys. Now, listen, I'm not saying I totally believe this. Okay. Oh, by the way, there's another early Christian heresy that was very popular called adoptionism, and it's kind of funny. It claims that Jesus was a human being who God adopted at his conception, at which point he developed a divine nature. So he wasn't born as God. God adopted him after he was born and made him divine, which is kind of cute. And by the way, these ideas of the faith were not set in stone, right? So any of these could have ended up being the belief that took over, but these beliefs were defeated by the other beliefs. So none of these beliefs were set in stone. But these are the ones that won out. The one that won out amongst all of these was the idea of the Trinity and God and Jesus being God and man, because all the other beliefs were stamped out by the Catholic Church, sometimes violently. Okay, yeah, it was literally like competition between these beliefs, and the one that we have today are the ones that won. Okay, so that's why we believe those things, is because these ones won. Let's see here. Drusilla, I'm sorry, correct me if I'm wrong. Christianity Battle Royale. Yeah, Philly Cheese. Isn't it similar to the church's view on evolution now? One could say it has evolved. Yes, Philly Cheese. As a matter of fact, the modern day Catholic Church says that says that the evolution is supported by the Bible. Evolution is supported by the Bible because because it took 7 days to create the earth. Therefore, God sat back and relaxed. And I mean, he waited, like on the third day he rested. So for about 4 days, he must have sat back and let the earth evolve on its own. And therefore, evolution is fine. So yeah, they kind of changed that view. Yeah, guys, the church has changed its views constantly, which is funny because you'd think that if the beliefs of the Catholic Church were set in stone, as they always say they are throughout history, the Catholic Church has constantly changed its mind while also saying that their beliefs are the final and correct beliefs, even though they then change them. Kind of makes you doubt if it's true. Okay. Yeah, Jonas, you say in Islam we reject the Trinity and see it as impossible, as Jesus was just a prophet. Yeah, Jonas, because Islam focuses on the unity of God as one God, right? As one God, which, by the way, listen, guys, listen, Jonas. Interestingly enough, there are some historians out there. I don't agree with this, by the way. I don't think there's that much good evidence of this, who view Islam as an actual heretical sect of Christianity. Now, there is some possibility that this is true. I don't think there's enough evidence for it. Let me explain what I mean by that. There was a group of Christians in the Middle East, okay? Let me explain this, okay? Christian heresy, one God, Islam, okay? I forget the name of the heresy. Was it monophysicism? I think it was monophysicism. Let me find it here. Monophysism heresy. I can't remember. I think that was the right one. That may have been the right one there. Humanism. I need to find one second here, guys. Let me find it real fast. That might have been the one. Well, whatever. So there was a it might have been monophysicism. So there was a heresy, a Christian heresy that was very important in the Middle East during the time of Muhammad, and it was later viewed as a heresy, and it basically claimed that you can't really have this Trinity if you have this Trinity, then there isn't just then there is only there's then you're getting rid of the idea of one God. And Muhammad actually had interacted with Christians and Jews before he claimed to have received the Quran. And it's possible that the idea he received from one of these Christians was one of these heretical sects of Christianity's belief of only one God. We don't have much evidence of this. Um, but that also partially explains why there is the other really cool idea of early Islam, that it was kind of just meant anyone that believes in one God is Islam. Okay. So yeah, Jonas. So it's possible that it's almost certain he got a lot of these ideas from Christians and Jewish people and then made his own kind of interpretation of it. And it may have been based off of Christian heresy. We're not sure. But regardless, not trying to demonize the Prophet Muhammad, just that historically, that's what a lot of historians think of. Um, so I need to try and find that one here. One second, which Christian heresy might have been led to Islam? Might have led to Islam. That's right, Arianism. Arianism, that's what it is, I think. Arianism. Let me check up Arianism. It has nothing to do with the Aryans you guys think of based off, okay? There we go. Yes. Okay, so it was Arianism. The Arianist tradition, which was very prominent in the Middle East, especially Syria at the time of Muhammad, stated that there is no Trinity, that there is Jesus, who is a man and who is separate from God, and then there is God, who is just God, and there's only God. So there's only one God, and then Jesus is a man, and is not the same as God. Okay. Now that sounds a lot like Islam, does it not? There's more in Islam, obviously, than that. But that was very prominent in the Middle East at the time Islam popped up in Mecca. Okay. And then in Medina. So one theory is that he may have spoken to Arianists. So anyway, and that with being influenced by Judaism may have led to that. Okay. Anyway, just a note. And again, we don't know. We don't have evidence of that. There's very little. It's just a theory because we don't have as much documentation of early Islam as we do of early Christianity. So we have to, historians and stuff make some assumptions. Okay. What's my favorite heresy? Oof. There are some good ones. Let me tell you guys about the Gospel of Judas. Okay. Gospel of Judas. I'd have to remind myself the name of some of these heresies, but Gospel of Judas. It is a so this would be Gnosticism, which is a heresy, okay? Yeah. Yeah, so it's a heresy. It's also considered heretical. So the Gospel of Judas, we actually have documents from it. Okay, the Gospel of Judas is really fucking fun. It was thought to have been discovered. It was discovered in Egypt. It basically, let me see if I can find here. I love this funny. Here's Bible study, BYU Bible studies. I like how they say the unhistorical Gospel of Judas, as if the other Gospels are historical. Anyway, so So it was attributed to Judas Iscariot, the guy who betrayed Jesus, and it says that it recorded a private conversation between Judas and that apostle. And it basically says. I'm trying to find here. that there are secret teachings, that there are secret things that, well, I'm trying to see here. I'm trying to remind this. You know what? Let me find a video on it because it's confusing. Gospel of Judas. What does it really say? Let's just
For centuries,
just for fun, religion for breakfast. Let's hear about the Gospel of Judas.
Scholars knew that there once was a Gospel of Judas, a gospel that portrays Judas, the famous betrayer of Jesus in the New Testament, as somehow having secret knowledge about who Jesus really was. Irenaeus, the Christian church father and heresiologist, wrote about this long-lost gospel in the 180 CE while criticizing a particular Christian sect. They say that Judas, the traitor, was thoroughly acquainted with these things, and that he alone, knowing the truth as no others did, accomplished the mystery of the betrayal.
So it's basically like, okay, maybe this actually might not be my favorite one. The Gospel of Mary Magdalene might be my favorite one, but
by
we'll see.
him all things, both earthly and heavenly, were thus dissolved. They produce a fictitious history of this kind, which they call the Gospel of Judas. Almost 2,000 years later, we probably have the text that Irenaeus talks about. In 2006, National Geographic released the details of a so-called Gnostic Gospel of Judas. Now, there is no guarantee that this gospel is the same gospel that Irenaeus talks about, but it does portray Jesus and Judas having some sort of secret conversation. However, except for a few sound bites from the media, most people still don't really know much about this text or its significance. So what do we know about this gospel, and what does it really say?
The Gnostics are very interesting, Lacroix.
The discovery of the Gospel of Judas is a long and convoluted story, and it's not really well documented. What we do know is that an Egyptian treasure hunter discovered the codex in the Minya province of Egypt, about 120 miles south of Cairo, sometime in the 1970s. In a cave, the treasure hunter supposedly found a limestone box containing
It is kind of cool how they found it. Like, they found a box, and this thing was probably from 200 AD, and they just found it and it had never been discovered
documents, including the codex that contains the Gospel of Judas. These texts were eventually sold to an antiquities dealer in Cairo who goes by the name of Hana Asabo. He then turned around and tried to sell the text for the astronomical price of $3 million. However, after several years, he was not able to find a buyer, so in 1984, he smuggled the codex into the United States, and he stored it in all places in a safe deposit box in Long Island. Now, this proved to be a huge mistake. For anyone that knows the New York climate, it's not exactly the dry sands of Egypt. So after 16 years of being in the safe deposit box,
I want them to say what's in the Gospel of Judas, guys.
In the humidity of New York. Finally, another antiquities dealer, Frieda Nussberger.
Okay, we get it. What's in it?
Finally, National Geographic 29 centimeters, and originally included 4 texts: the letter of Peter to Philip, the first apocalypse of James, the book of Allogenes, and the Gospel of Judas. It is written in Sahidic Coptic, that makes it surprisingly early for a Nus. Remember, as a 2nd or 3rd century text, it tells us a lot about what 2nd and 3rd century Christians were thinking about, but doesn't tell us much at all about a 1st century rabbi living in the Roman province of Palestine. I would summarize the Gospel of Judas as a series of discussions between Jesus and his disciples, interspersed with more personal conversations between Judas and Jesus about cosmology, or the creation of the universe.
Real fast, I'm sorry. Is this the one where Jesus was gay? Gospel where Jesus was gay. Oops, what? Okay, sorry. Gospel where Jesus is gay. No, that's the Gospel of St. Mark. Well, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought this was the Gospel of Judas, but we'll keep watching.
Pay attention to 3 things: how the Gospel portrays the 12 disciples,
okay, here we go.
The Gospel's mythology and theology, which is very different from Nicene Christianity, and how the Gospel portrays Judas himself. The Gospel begins with a discussion between Jesus and his disciples that portrays the 12 disciples in a very unfavorable light. The disciples are there worshiping together, it's implied they might be practicing the Eucharist together, and then Jesus walks over and starts laughing at them. And the disciples are confused. They're like, why is Jesus laughing at us? We're doing the right thing with our Eucharistic prayer. And Jesus responds, I am not laughing at you. You do not do this by your own will, but by this, your God will be worshipped. Your God? Wait, is Jesus implying that the 12 disciples are worshiping the wrong God?
Yes.
Well, naturally, the 12 disciples are...
In this one, so literally, to be clear, in the Gospel of Judas, Jesus implies that the God that everyone's worshiping is the wrong God, and that there's a secret God that Jesus really worships, and that Judas was the only one aware of this secret God, the true God, that is fighting this other God. And okay.
Very confused by Jesus' comment. Teacher, are you not the son of our God? To which he responds, truly I tell you, no generation will know me from the people who are among you. Pretty harsh words for supposedly the 12 most important men in early Christianity. Throughout the Gospel of Judas, the 12 disciples are portrayed as angry, ignorant, confused men who are blasphemous towards Jesus himself. Remember, we're talking about the 2nd and 3rd century here. Christianity was not yet a well-organized institution. Nicene Orthodoxy didn't yet exist in the form that we know it, and a lot of church leaders were claiming their authority stems from the 12 apostles themselves. Certain Christian groups might have had a lot to gain by attacking this authority. But Judas is different here. Among the disciples, only he knows the true nature of Jesus. None of the other disciples could stand before Jesus, but Judas was able to stand before him. Judas said to him, I know who you are and whence you have come. You have come from the immortal realm of Barbelo, and he who sent you, I am not worthy to proclaim his name. Okay, this is where things get really confusing, so a little bit of background in Sethian Gnostic theology will help a lot. You see, many scholars classify the Gospel of Judas as a Sethian text, or sometimes a Sethian Gnostic text. Now, it's important to say that these categories, Sethian and Gnosticism, are extremely complicated and contested categories among academics. As I talk about in another video, Gnosticism is a modern category that scholars have used to try to classify certain Christian texts. We shouldn't think of Gnosticism and Sethianism as clearly defined religions in antiquity. No one in antiquity ever uses the word Gnosticism. No one in antiquity ever says, I am part of a religion called Gnosticism. But I'm using the terms here to help draw out similarities between the Gospel of Judas and some other texts that scholars have classified as Gnostic or Sethian, such as the Apocalypse of Adam. The Apocryphon mythology in these texts is essentially a prologue to the book of Genesis. While Genesis says that one supreme, the Gnostics say that this being was merely an evil lesser being named Yaldabaoth.
Okay, so it literally says that the earth was actually created by an evil lesser being called, Aldabaoth or Saklas, which means the fool.
Or Saklas, which means fool. The truly supreme God is an unknown, unnameable God who, through a series of emanations, or spontaneously expanding his essence, created a series of celestial beings called eons and archons, one of which being Saklas, the evil creator god. This is why Judas says, you have come from the immortal realm of Barbelo, and he who sent you, I am not worthy to proclaim his name. Judas here is talking about the supreme God, the unknown God who he can't even name, and Barbelo is one of the first celestial beings that emanated from the supreme God. So in the Gospel of Judas, the 12 disciples are worshipping Saklas.
So the 12 disciples are accidentally worshiping the God that created the earth, which is not the real God. That's like a fake God, a great deceiver God. While Jesus was sent by the real God, that is like a great unspoken God who you're not allowed to name, and only Judas knew that.
Evil creator of the world. And they mistaken Jesus to be from Saklas, when in actuality he is one of the heavenly beings like Barbelo. Later in the gospel, Jesus describes this creation myth to Judas. Next, Saklas said to his angels, let us create a human being according to the likeness and according to the image. Then they formed Adam and his wife Eve. So this closely mirrors a verse from Genesis where God says, let us make man in our own image. But in the Gnostic version, this story is flipped on its head, with the world being created by an evil lesser god, Saklas. So Judas is special here because only he recognizes where Jesus truly comes from. And because of the secret knowledge that Judas has, many scholars assumed that the gospel is portraying Judas in a very favorable light, as opposed to the other disciples who are being portrayed as idiots. When National Geographic first published this translation, they said that Judas is portrayed as Jesus' most loyal disciple and his best friend. But many scholars have later disputed this.
Okay. I'm going to stop there. You get the idea. So like it says that there's an evil God that tricked everyone, and that God and Jesus really is the son of that God, and that Jesus though is keeping it secret, and that Judas actually understands what the whole purpose of Jesus is. So he is doing a good act by getting Jesus killed. Okay. And that he is being victimized by the fake God. And like, okay, it's like really it's weird. Okay, yeah, and then Jesus broke all of us out of the matrix. That is the false reality that Soklos is not the real God. Listen, guys, listen. All this stuff is crazy, okay? All this stuff is fucking crazy. To be clear, a lot of these gospels, not this one, but a lot of these, there were hundreds of gospels that were written, okay? And the Catholic Church, the early Catholic Church, which was the only church, chose 4 of those gospels to be part of the Bible, and it ignored all the other ones because it said that those ones are too crazy. So they kind of took 4 of them that they thought were the least crazy and said that those are the real gospels. But they're just like any of the other gospels, okay? Yeah, they might be a little closer to the time of Jesus, but anyway, it is epic lore, right? But there are some really cool gospels out there that are fun to read. All right? And this makes sense, guys, because there were literally hundreds of these things going around the Mediterranean, all these different gospels, and they kept getting copied because at the time there were no printing presses. You would copy a gospel by taking it and then hand copying it to a new piece of paper in a new book. And in copying it, you could make changes to it. You might make mistakes. And these things were copied thousands of times, and sometimes things would be added or taken away. There might be some things added by a new scribe to make it more fun and entertaining. And literally, guys, if you look at the earliest gospels we have, which is the Gospel of Mark, in that one, which is the earliest one we have, Jesus is very not that magical. He does very few kind of miracles. He's not that magical, and there's very little information about him in that one. And the later the gospels become, the more magical he becomes. The more things he does that are like divine and cool and things like that, okay? Almost like as these scribes were copying the original gospels, they would add little flourishes to it, add little magical things that he did, okay? Which was common practice at the time in the Mediterranean. There were tons of stories like this going around, even from Greek and Roman myths, with miracles and things like that. Okay, John came later. Let's take a look here, Jonas. Date of the Gospels. John was between 90 and 100 AD. Luke was 80 to 90 AD. Matthew 70 to 85 AD. And Mark 65 to 70 AD. So that's what? That's quite a few years after Jesus. None of these guys, the earliest gospel we have was at least 30 years after Jesus existed. Okay, so the earliest gospel we have was from 30 years after Jesus existed. And we know for a fact that the Gospel of Mark was copied thousands of times before we even have a copy of it. So there were thousands of copies made that were altered by scribes and stuff. Jonas, that is probably the best way I've heard it put. Yeah, the Gospels are spin-off series. 100% the Gospels are spin-off series. They're all iterations of the same story, which in the Mediterranean at the time, guys, were all the what happened all the time. There were multiple spin-offs of the story of Hercules. There's multiple spin-offs of the stories of Achilles. There's multiple spin-offs of the stories of Osiris and Amun-Ra of Egypt, okay? Because they would be copied and then people would add their own flourishes to them and things like that. That is why in the earliest Gospels, there's less magic because they haven't been copied enough for there to be more magic when more scribes copy them, okay? We also know, by the way, that there were mistakes made in the transmission of the Gospels. So sometimes things would be mistranslated. Sometimes things would be I know, right? Laquable, I know. Us anthropologists are no fun. There would be whole paragraphs that someone would forget to copy or would copy twice. Okay. Anyway, so Outer Signal sent this. The Infancy Gospel of Thomas. This is an apocryphal Christian text that purports to reveal events in the life of Jesus when he was a child. It fills gaps in the New Testament. Okay. Yeah, and he's cruel in it. Jesus is viewed as cruel. The infancy gospel of Thomas portrays Jesus as caring, mischievous, and occasionally cruel as he struggles to come to terms with his divine power. It also portrays his earthly father, Joseph, and mother, Mary, as they learn to parent this precocious and befuddling divine child, which is hilarious. The text was dismissed as heretical. Despite its non-canonical status, some of its stories, particularly that of Jesus bringing to life sparrows made of clay, have appeared frequently in subsequent Christian literature and art. Like, they're all iterations, guys. The movie Heretic, it's the origin story. No, seriously. Guys, remember when we watched the movie Heretic and the guy was making the point that it's like different iterations of Monopoly? He's not wrong. He's not wrong. These are different iterations of the same fucking story. Okay? And obviously, the Gospel of Judas, which is almost 200 years after Jesus, is really fucking crazy because it's been copied so many times and things have been added to it, right? So, okay. We also, by the way, one other thing, guys, another issue with the Gospels is that later Christians added things to the originals to reinforce their beliefs. So some of the things in the Gospels were added later by Christians and then copied by scribes who thought they were the originals. Okay, so like we don't know how much of it was added later, how much of it was in the original. Okay, outer signal, a boy accidentally jostles Jesus in the street and Jesus curses him and he dies. The child's parents confront Joseph, telling him that Jesus can no longer live in the village unless he is taught to bless rather than curse those that vex him. Hilarious. Further anger, Jesus strikes the parents blind. Oh my God, that's so fucking funny, okay? But the text is infallible. I know, Philly cheese, and people say it's infallible. Now listen, guys. I don't often talk about Islam that much because the Muslims are massively oppressed, okay? I could also tell you about the Quran and the Hadiths and how those are deeply flawed in a lot. Yes, Jonas, okay? The Quran was almost certainly edited because the Quran was also copied thousands of times. And there are contradictions in the Quran, and there are many versions of the Quran. And there are Muslims who hold that the Quran is the unaltered word of God directly from the mouth of an angel to Muhammad. And if that's the case, listen, okay, if that's the case, then God made some mistakes because there are big errors in the Quran and contradictions. Now, imams, and guys, I'm only talking about Islam now. I hope you know there are problems with all these major religions, and Muslims are human beings. And I am not saying that Islam is any worse than any other religion. It's like Christianity, it's like Judaism, okay? But there is something called the practice of abrogation in Islam, where the idea here is that if it says something early in the Quran that is then contradicted later, that second thing abrogates the first thing. And so then you have to change your mind. So like, let's say it says at the beginning of the Quran, I don't know, cats are good. And then later in the Quran, it says cats are bad. That's an abrogation. So then if it says later again that cats are bad, you then have to abrogate the abrogation. And so in the end, it must mean that cats are bad, which to me is kind of cope, and Christians do that too. It's like maybe there are contradictions in here because it's not really the word of God and it was written by humans. Real life cat DJ. So in Islam, there are a lot of letters that have dots. Yeah, the version of newer is better. And Jonas, listen, I hope you know by now, Jonas, I'm not trying to disrespect beliefs you held and or hold. But like, do we think God would make mistakes if that's true? Why would he make mistakes that will have to be later corrected? If they, okay, so like even in Islam, that happens. The hadiths, for example, have lots of contradictions and stuff. And there's hadiths that are missing. There are different interpretations of the Quran and Islam and things like that. Okay. Outer signal. My early Muslim homies were drinking wine before the mosque till one guy fucked up and got it canceled for the rest of us. No. Outer signal. Okay. That's funny. Listen, like, yeah. Okay. So, right. And like it's the same thing in Christianity. By the way, early Islamic beliefs were much less strict than later ones because of it. The empire, the Ottoman Empire, kind of tried to centralize a lot of the beliefs of Islam and stuff. There used to be a lot more different sects of Islam who had very varied and liberal beliefs. Okay. There's still a lot of sects out there today, but it got more centralized under this imperial model of the Ottomans, which kind of reduced some of the differences in belief, kind of. I know. Hello, Uncle Zan music. It's another day in this hellhole we call America. Right, Uncle Zan. Um, yeah, I always thought it's probably because people messed it up, so just try to lessen it since it's mainly parables. Yeah, Jonas, right? But do you see there's that contradiction there? How can it be the word of God if there are so many contradictions in it? Clearly, we don't even know if it is what the original Quran was, and we don't know even if it is the original Quran, then it's definitely God made contradictions. Um, I have heard Muslims say that like the difference between the Bible and the Quran is that the Quran is infallible and there's no mistakes in it. That's not true. And I've also heard the same thing from Christians. I've heard Christians say, well, the Quran is fake and is not true, but the Bible is the real word of God. Okay, what the fuck? Like every religion does this shit. Okay, so Philly Cheese says, you don't understand, CR. The text is infallible. Oh my God. Uncle Zan music, just getting back up to date on the whole ICE situation in Maine. She's insane, right? Okay, yeah, they have contradictions. I've read the Quran. The Quran is beautiful. Okay, the Quran, in my opinion, is actually more beautiful than the Bible in terms of language. I have a copy of a Quran sitting right over there. It's a beautiful text. There's a lot of artistic imagery and stuff. The way it's written is gorgeous. I've heard it's even prettier in Arabic. I wish I could read it in Arabic. It's an absolutely beautiful text, but it's not based in reality. I'm sorry. Like same thing with the Bible. It's not based in reality. Okay, and also to point out something else here, the Quran. Absolutely, real life cat DJ. I know the Quran also. What was I going to say here? A lot of the ideas in the Quran are suspiciously similar to kind of common cultural beliefs from the Arabian Peninsula at the time, right? So a lot of the more conservative things that are said in the outer signal, a lot of the conservative things that are said in the Quran are beliefs that were already common cultural beliefs in Arabia at the time, which makes you think, did Muhammad write these down because he thinks that they're the word of God, or because he believed these things because that was his cultural heritage? And that maybe these ideas are not universally applicable, that this is more of an Arab cultural belief than a belief given by God. Because you see what I mean? Like, yeah, exactly right, real life cat DJ. Because the hijab, like it makes sense logically to wear a hijab and to cover your head if you're in a climate where the sun is going to kill you because it's a desert and it's very hot. I can give you another example of this, guys. Circumcision. The Jewish people and Muslims do circumcision. Okay, this also makes sense environmentally, because if you get that sand between your foreskin and your penis, if you're out in blowing sand all day and you get a bunch of sand in there, that's going to be deeply uncomfortable and unpleasant and things like that. And it might actually be beneficial to remove that. You don't want sand between your penis and your foreskin. You're going to have some issues. So like I'm not okay. You're right, Jay Williams. Some Catholics do circumcision, some Catholics, okay? But that goes back to Judaism. All right. We got what I mean here. So anyway, I'm gonna go now, guys. Okay. I've talked for long enough. Please contribute if you can. I don't think I got much money today. That's okay. But I'm trying to remember how much did I get. Regard doesn't matter. I'll count later. What I said earlier is so important. What'd you say earlier there, Jonas? Forgive me. What'd you say earlier? Yeah, outer signal. Pre-refrigeration, pork goes bad quickly in the heat and kills people. Surprise, surprise. Exactly. You don't want to eat that. Oh, I'm sorry, LaCroix, for making you cry. Thank you. What'd you say, Jonas? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Jonas. I missed that. Jonas said. By the way, studies have been done, and there are fewer calls to violence. There are fewer calls to violence in the Quran than there are in the New and Old Testaments. 100%. Guys, like, honestly, if I had my way, I think Muslim beliefs are like a bit more, how do I put this? Civilized? I don't know what the phrase is, than what a lot of what it says in the Old and New Testament. The Old Testament especially is massively violent and brutal. Okay, so I kind of more, and there's a lot of great things in the Quran. Like or it might be a hadith or the Quran where it says that all people are equal, like all humans are humans. There was a belief, the Prophet Muhammad said that, race basically doesn't matter. Okay, like it doesn't matter. Now, a lot of Arabs didn't practice that. Okay, if you look at how Arab Muslims and North African Muslims treated Black African Muslims, it gets a little messed up. But at least in theory, in Islam, there was that idea. Okay, all right. So, guys, I'm going to go now. Thank you so much, LaCroix, for sending that contribution. Listen, believe what you want to believe. By the way, guys, none of these religions are worse than any other. Okay, they're also vast majority of the people who believe these things are good people, and they're not using these things to kill and murder people. Okay, the vast majority, shocking, the vast majority of Muslims are human beings who have families, who like living, who aren't doing violence. Okay, you know what I mean? They're people. And so, yeah, I don't believe in this stuff. And like the history of it, I think kind of reveals why I don't believe in it. But that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with Christians or Muslims or Jews. Okay. Most people who follow these things are just human beings. Okay. And they're good people. They do what they can to survive. They care for each other, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. How dare you, Outer Signal? How dare you? LaCroix, believe what I want to believe. Okay. I'm a Scientologist now. I can't stop you, LaCroix. Believe what you want to believe. Okay. Just don't be a fascist. That's the only thing. How dare you? Look, I hate you all. Okay. You don't know I'm not a terrorist. I do know you're not a terrorist. I mean, you might be a good one. Anyway, not that there's such a thing. Okay. All right, guys. I love you all very much. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you guys for stopping by with me today. I normally don't stream on Wednesdays, but hopefully I will stream for longer tomorrow. I've only gone for 4 hours a day. Thank you, Drizilla. Yeah, of course, Gray. Okay. And everyone look after yourselves. Okay. Don't. Yeah. All right. All right. Bye-bye, guys. I'm going to do a truncated version of my goodbye. Goodbye, folks. Never stop resisting, including think for yourselves. Free Palestine. Fight fascism wherever you can. Do not forget about Chainbreaker, and always fight for a better future. Let me send you guys somewhere on Twitch. Let me send you somewhere. I'm gonna send you to Zach app. It's been a while.
Social capital.
Surveillance video inside a Biddeford, Maine home captured.
I'm gonna send you to Zach app, or maybe I should send you to JFK rotting.
Gunshots, and then I heard a man between ages 30 and 40 say.
Yeah, I'll send you to Zach app. I'm gonna send you to Zach app. Okay. All right, guys.
The idea that any two people on Earth are connected by a chain of no more than 6 social connections.
By the way, guys, join our Discord. You guys know I'll probably come back on there later today because I can't help myself. So if you want to chat with me more, please pray that we beat the racist Argentinians, yeah. Okay. All right. Bye-bye, guys. All right. The raid is beginning. Please join the raid if you want to go to Zach App stream. Okay. I love you all very much. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace out. Peace out. Fight fascism. Fuck the fascists. See you guys soon. All right. For everyone else, bye-bye.